We have a new set coming out, obviously, in a couple days. The set review, the misplaced set review. I guess I'll do a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being good, 1 being not good. For the most part, a lot of these cards will be based on Pioneer, in that sort of vacuum, maybe Standard, and maybe Modern, although it's unlikely. There will be a lot of decks that really affect, or cards that affect Modern, decks that are affected in Modern. Anointed Peacekeeper. Do these get bigger? They don't. This is awful. Can I zoom in? Alright, it's a 3/3 for 3. 2 and a white, Vigilance. As it enters the battlefield, look at an opponent's hand. Then choose any card name. Spells your opponent's cast with a chosen card name cost 2 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources with chosen name get 2 more to activate and list their mana abilities. Control scroll. When are they adding these to MTGO? I think on the 31st. Alright. So I think this card is just like a worse elite spellbinder. It doesn't have flying. Of course, like it like affects all the cards for the rest of the game as long as this is in play. But the flying is very relevant. The other thing is the effect only matters while this is in play. So if you look at opponent's hand, you just look at it and then they like kill it, it's not very good, right? Like obviously in a standard vacuum it's probably pretty decent because there's not many cards that do this, and a 3/3 for 3 in a white deck is probably pretty good, but realistically like the impact of this card is going to be very low. So I'll probably give it like a 2 out of 5. I don't really see it changing much. Alright, next we have Archangel of Wrath. It's a 4 mana 3/4 with flying and lifelink. Okay, already good rate. Has kicker, black and or red. You may play an additional black and or red as you cast this spell. When it ETBs, if it was kicked, 2 damage to any target. If it ETBs and it was kicked twice, 2 damage to any target. So it's a 4 mana 3/4 with flying and lifelink. It's already pretty good. This card's going to be really good and limited. It seems that this is going to be like at least a 2 or 3 color set. So paying 5 mana for a 3/4 with flying and lifelink that shocks something is decent, although not super impactful. I don't think it's very good in Pioneer. It'll probably see play in Standard. But a lot of the context of this card is going to matter on the format rather than just like its raw power level. And I wouldn't see it like also breaking the format. I do think this card, so basically from what I've seen in the spoilers so far, is there's probably going to be a mono white or like a white splash aggro deck for Standard. I think this card is going to be really good against that deck. Which might make that deck not very good, but either way, like I think this card's cool. I think it's good. I'll give it a 3 out of 5 gingers. Yeah, against Burn, yeah, it's like a flying Kalitas with standard power level. It's just like pretty good. Note that you gain life when it shocks. Oh, because it has lifelink. That's so sick. That makes it even better than it was before. It's like against any burn or any aggro deck, you just like, and Thalia is still in the format, right? In Standard. So like this card is just really good. So sick. 2 out of 5 gingers. That's funny. Alright. Argivian Cavalier. A 2/2 for 3. This card's not constructed playable. It's probably really good in Limited. It's probably going to be one of the better white commons in Limited. It's not very good in Constructed. 1 out of 5 gingers. Maybe I'll give it a 0. Can I give it a 0? It's my scale. You have a 0. Argivian Flanks. This must be a new area that I don't know about. 6 mana 4/4. Costs 1 less for each creature you control. I can see this being played in Constructed. In a tokens deck. A 4/4 for 1 mana is really good. Especially if your opponent, like if there's not a lot of good spot removal. Or your opponent, like if you're a tokens deck and you've made like a bunch of 2/2s on turn 3. And you go like other shitty at this guy. I actually think this card's really unsuspecting, and it might show up in some Standard decks. It's probably not great many other spots, though. So, we're going to give it a 1 out of 5 gingers. Nothing special. Artillery Blast. 2 mana instant. Deals X damage to target tap creature where X is number of plus the number of basic lands you control. Maybe it'll make a sideboard. It's very doubtful. Dealing 3 damage for 2 is just like a bad Lightning Strike, and Lightning Strike's in this set, so maybe playable and limited, or probably playable and limited, not much else. We have Benelish Faith Bonder. 2 mana 1/3 in white with Vigilance and Enlist. Not constructed playable. Next. Benelish Sleeper. Sleeping. We have a 1 and a white for a 2-drop. It's a 3/1 with kicker 1 black. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, each player sacrifices a creature. This is another card that I think like could see play. What is it? Fleshbag Marauder? Whatever the Eat It creature used to be. That card was always fine. This having the ability for it to be a kicker, so you can just play it as a 3/1, is like makes it slightly better. So, like I said, I go back to the White Humans. Well, we have a captain's call here. The White Humans token deck, or like random white aggro deck in the format. This card will probably see play in that deck, just because there's going to be a lot of spots. Like if your opponent untaps and plays this thing, and then you make them sacrifice it, like you're in a really good spot, right? Works as a removal spell, or it works as a 3/1. I think this card is going to get like 2 out of 5 gingers. I don't see it many other spots other than that. Captain's Call. This card is not constructed playable. It's a 4 mana, make 3 1/1s. Whatever. Charismatic Vanguard. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn for 5 mana. It's a 3 mana 3/2. Not constructed playable. Hello, Randall. How are you? Citizen's Arrest. This is the new O-Ring, right? It's only creature planeswalker. So it's not O-Ring. This card's good. This will see constructed play. Probably won't see that much constructed play, but it will see constructed play. Very good and limited. And the art is super sick. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Cleaving Skyrider. 3 mana 2/2 with flash. 2 and a red kicker. Flying. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it deals X damage to any target where X is the number of attacking creatures. I like the 4 mana O-Ring. Yeah, that card's sweet. I think that's one of like obviously one of the good cards in the set. This is cute. Maybe it's good and constructed. I doubt it. Oh, this one's getting a 2 out of 5 gingers. This is also probably gonna get. No, this might be. This is a 3 out of 5. This is getting. I'll give this a 1 and constructed. I don't think it's very good. Maybe it's fine. I doubt it. The flash flying is whatever for a 2/2. Whatever. Not constructed playable. Coalition Sky Knight. 4 mana 2/2 with it flying and enlist. Not constructed playable. Danitha Banalia's Hope. We have a 5 mana 4/4 with first strike, lifelink, and vigilance. Holy. It's a lot of keywords. When it enters the battlefield, you may put an aura and equipment from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield attached to Danitha. Don't think it's constructed playable. Pretty good and limited. You queue for... No, I did not. I did not queue for Mana Traders. Defiler of Faith. This card is a 5 mana 5/5 with only vigilance. As an additional cost to cast a white permanent spell, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost white less to cast if you paid life this way. This effect only reduces the amount of white mana you pay. I'm pretty sure that means you can only cast it once. So if you have a Defiler of Faith in play and you play a second one, you can pay 3 white and Phyrexian white if you want to. Whenever you cast a white permanent spell, create a 1/1 white creature token. Yeah, I am not sure about this one. I think I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. A 5 mana 5/5 isn't that good. Its ability kind of sucks. It's not super impactful. You're not going to get much value out of it. Yeah, I do think Danitha has some power, but it's just like it requires a lot. And then it's like, if this is what you're doing on 5 mana, you really have to hope your opponent doesn't have a removal, which is also why I don't like Defiler, because like 5 mana, you really just have to hope your opponent doesn't have like a Doomblade or something. And there's a lot of cards in the format that are just like Doomblades or whatever. Yeah, like you have to have help, you have to have an equipment or an aura. You have to have not cast it already. You have to have a creature where like you wouldn't want to put that equipment or aura on it. It doesn't grab it from your library. It only grabs it from graveyard or hand, which like if you're playing an aura deck and you have an aura in your graveyard, probably something went wrong and you can Danitha it back, but whatever. Same thing with Defiler, like on turn 5, you have to have not cast all your good spells already. This card's just like a good bomb, I guess, but it's not very impactful. It's like 2 out of 5. It's 2 out of 5. Destroy Evil. This card will be constructed playable. This card will make some sideboards. I really like this card. I'm giving this a 3 out of 5. It's 2 mana for an instant. Choose one. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater, or destroy target enchantment. Enchantment removal in white is always good. Obviously, a little bit of an issue with not destroying artifacts, but that's okay. But just having the modal ability to also destroy a creature with 4 toughness or greater is also just a good thing to have in your sideboard. It's better than Valor's Stance for standard control decks. Also true. I also think it might be better than Valor's Stance against in the mono white aggro decks too, because we talked about this card earlier. It kills this thing pretty cleanly, which is nice. The art is also sick. Yeah, that's Griffin Protector. 4 mana 2/3 with flying. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Griffin Protector gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Not constructed playable. Probably pretty good and limited. 1 out of 5. Guardian of New Benalia. 2 mana for a 2/2 with Enlist. Whenever Guardian of New Benalia enters the Whenever Guardian of New Benalia enlists a creature, scry 2. Discard a card, it gains indestructible until end of turn, tap it. I don't see enlist being a very powerful mechanic. Doesn't have like lifelink, doesn't have first strike. When you're attacking with this thing, it's like you're just deciding to tap a creature. And you're like tapping a blocker that you're not attacking with. This card also just seems kind of bad for constructed. You can see constructed play, but I don't think it's very good. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. Heroic Charge. 4 mana for an instant with kicker 1 in a red. Creatures you control get +1/+2 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, those creatures also gain trample until end of turn. This card's pretty good in limited, I will say. Well, I mean, okay. I really like this card in limited. I don't actually know if these kind of effects are good. As for constructed, it probably won't see much play. It definitely won't see any play in Pioneer. Might see play in Standard, but it's unlikely. This is getting a 1. Join Forces. 2 and a white for instant. Untap up to 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Also not great. 1 out of 5. Not constructed playable. Juniper Order Root Weaver. 2 mana for a 2/2. If it was kicked, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you controlled as kicker green. If it destroyed an enchantment, it'd be significantly better. Or an artifact. Putting a counter on a creature doesn't exactly matter. Not really constructed playable. 1 out of 5. Same deck every stream. Yeah, you like this? The mono white breakdown. Knight of Dawn's Light. 2/2 for 2 with first strike. If you would gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead. it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. This card's really good. I can see this card being played in standard 100%. I don't think it's going to break anything, so I'm probably going to give it a 3 out of 5. I do think that it's really good. It has a really good pump ability for late game. It'd be probably a little bit better if it also had lifelink, obviously, but I think that's it's a pretty good one. Probably not very good in Pioneer. Leyline Binding, 6 mana, enchantment, 5 and a white, flash, domain. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type among lands you control. When Leyline Binding enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Leyline Binding leaves the battlefield. This card's really good. This card's going to see play in blue-white control in Pioneer. It's going to see play in 5-color Niv Mizzet in Pioneer. Obviously, you can't grab it with Bring to Light, but it just being like a 1-mana flash O-Ring for anything is really good out of Niv. I could see a lot of decks in the format splashing this card if they're already two colors. Yeah, it's good in Enigmatic, the Enchanty deck. Is it a worse cast out? No. I mean, sometimes, but on, like, in the decks where it's a worse cast out, yes, it's a worse cast out. In the decks where it's a better cast out, the change is huge. Because, like, it's 1 mana. Yeah, I do think that this card will see a lot of play in Standard also. You already have, like, 3-color Esper decks. Obviously, the format's changing a lot because a lot of things are rotating out, but with the Triomes, with some of the dual lands still around, like, it doesn't really work with the Fires of Invention for Enigmatic currently build. That's true, but it still will probably be played in those decks, right? Like, you'd have to imagine that, like, what's better than this? Portable Hole? You can also just cast things with mana. I think this card's going to see play in Enigmatic either way. But yeah, I do think this will see play in Standard. This is getting a 5 out of 5. Maybe that's a bit high. I don't know if this card's perfect. It's definitely very good. And this will definitely see play in Modern also. I think this might be the second best card in the set. So we'll write that down. Second best card in the set. Second best behind what? Liliana, probably. We can talk about Liliana now. You're giving it 2 Coggers out of 2 Bone Zones. That's a good rating. But yeah, so this is top 5. We'll put it at second. Leyline Binding. I do think that a lot of people are overhyped about this card. I do think that there is a bit of a failure rate that many people aren't talking about, and that's just like your mana doesn't work out. The requirement of it, like, needing you to have those basic land types is like a big deck building constraint and a big, like, play constraint, in that, like, the deck building constraint makes your mana worse, so your play also has to be extremely more specific. But I do think that this card's power level will fill that gap enough of the time where it won't be noticeable or it won't matter. With 1 Triumph, it's an O-Ring with Flash. Yeah, I think that there aren't many decks that want an O-Ring with Flash in this format, in Pioneer, to start. And then I also think there aren't many decks that can afford to have a Triumph come into play and not curve out. In Pioneer. In Standard, it's a little bit different. Because, like, obviously the format's a bit slower. But, like, we've gone over a couple cards now, and I do think that one of the premier aggro decks in the format is going to be mono white. If you're playing Triome into Triome, and you're hitting all 5 of your colors, and casting this for 1 mana on turn 2, like, yeah, sure, that's great, but if you're not doing that, you now have this, like, 6 mana spell in your hand that's, like, really hard to cast. The white decks are probably playing Thalia. It's just, like, not as easy as people make it seem. There's going to be a higher fail rate than people think there is. But I'm not saying that makes it unplayable. I just think it's not as broken as people are, like, hyping it up to be. What set is this? Dominaria United set review. Uses an enigmatic incarnation. Yeah, I definitely think this card will go in there. Obviously. I don't know if it'll be a 4 of. Maybe it'll be a 5 of, you know? You never know. Put a little 5 of in there. Alright, on to the back to the medium cards. Love Song of Night and Day. 3 mana, 2 and a white for an enchantment saga. Read ahead. Choose a chapter and start with that many lore counters on it. Add one after your draw step. Skip chapters don't trigger. Sacrifice after chapter 3. Review the command. I don't know what's in the commander set. I keep seeing people put spoilers on Twitter and I'm like, oh, that card's pretty good. And I look at the set symbol, I'm like, I don't know if that's the commander set symbol or not. We can do the commanders. We'll do like a commander spoiler and be like, yeah, this card sucks to constructed. 0 out of 5. Oh, this looks like a commander card. Throw it in the trash. It is impossible to know. I had a hard time telling the difference. Alright, Chapter 1. You and target opponent each draw 2 cards. Chapter 2. Create a 1/1 white bird token creature with flying. Chapter 3. Put a 1/1 creature on each of up to 2 target creatures. I think this card is worse than Wedding Announcement. Is Wedding Announcement cycling? What is in standard.com? No, I don't want to know about, like, safety standards. It's not. Where's the website that's like standard? What's in standard? There it is. Okay, so this card's just a worse Wedding Announcement. By a wide margin. I do run an unsaved works place. Unless there's some synergy with you and target opponent each draw 2 cards, where your opponent only draws 1 card or they draw 0, like a Narset, I don't see this card doing much in Constructed, at least for a year, as long as Wedding Announcement's in Standard, because it's just, Wedding Announcement's just better than this by a very wide margin. I'm giving this a 1 out of 5. New Zendikar. Yeah, I don't know what's in... Unironically, I don't know what's in D&D. I know what's in some of Strixhaven and Kaldheim, and I know the flip lands in Zendikar. That, like, year and a half period, I was just not paying attention to Magic at all. So, like... if you were like, yeah, they're rotating, I would just believe you. The creature lands leaving art is a big loss in Standard. Quit with AFR. Yeah, I was working at a store, and then COVID hit, and I just like wasn't really paying attention to Magic then anyways, and then stopped for a while and started again, and yeah. Anyways, Mesa Cavalier, 3 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Flying. Not really constructed playable. Phyrexian Missionary. So 2 mana for a 2/3 with kicker 1 black, lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I think this card's good. I think this will see play in Constructed. I think it'll see play in the sideboard. Mostly. It's sort of like a modal spell, in that it's good against mono red and it's good against some grindy decks. Obviously the grindy deck part is you already have to have a creature in your graveyard, so it has to be like creature combat grindy, or you have to be like milling yourself, which is possible, but like it's mostly just going to be a 2/3 with lifelink, which is a really good rate for 2 mana. No Inspiring Overseer, but what is? Like, come on. You can't just be like, oh, we have this perfect white common. And this card isn't this perfect white common. What's the best card you reviewed for Pioneer? This one. Leyline Binding. Other than that, like, I think the body is pretty whatever. It being a 2-3 in standard is, and lifelink is pretty big for a lot of anti-aggro decks. But like otherwise, I don't think it'll see much constructed play. So we're just gonna give it a 2 out of 5 gingers. Prayer of Binding, 4 mana flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile the one target non-land permanent opponent controls until Prayer of Binding leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. So this one has flash. This one has flash. This one does not, and this one's only creature planeswalker. So what are the changes? The 4 mana one gains 2 life. This one only hits creature planeswalkers and costs 3 but double white. Which is what made cast out good. Yeah, I do think that the 2 life is pretty ignorable also. One is common, one's uncommon. Yeah, one's playable in Pauper. Big Pauper energy. I don't think this card is going to see much play over the other two. Unless the 2 life is really super relevant. And I doubt it will be. Or if there's a problematic artifact or problematic enchanty in the format. I guess in Pioneer, cast out's just legal. What's that was cast out? It was the Cycles Amonkhet? Amonkhet's legal. Yeah, so like... Yeah. It is sick art, and it's going to be good and limited. As for standard, and might see playing standard. Again, like, dealing with an enchantment or an artifact is good. We have Fable. You're just losing mana to cast this against Fable or Wedding Invitation. I'm not super high on this card. I'm giving it a 1. Yeah, the 2 less life is less relevant than cycling. 100%. I agreed. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I'm giving this a 2. I think. Yeah. A 2, I said? Whatever. More flash. Resolute Reinforcements. 2 mana for a 1/1 with flash. When it ETBs, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. I like this card. Is there an Anthem effect in this format? There's Wedding Announcement, right? That's it? There's no, like... what's that white... The original white Anthem effect? Glorious Anthem? It enables of 1 mind by itself. That can be put under the, like, category of, like, this card does this very niche thing that you forgot about. Do people even care about that format anymore? They do, and they will be, because the MC format is going to be standard for the 2nd season. So, like, these cards will be legal for that format, which is 4 months from now? Yeah. So, like, the amount that people care right at this moment is not a lot, but it is, like, probably important to know some of the cards because these things will be important then. Super Soothing, they can... Yeah. Well, some of them will be standard. I think with stores having control over what they can hold, a lot of them will still hold Modern or Pioneer because that's what people want to play. And they don't really care about giving out invites. They just care about getting people to their events. But there will probably be more standard RCQs than there were before, which I'm pretty sure is currently like around 0. So like, I wouldn't, because like right now, the standard importance is like 0. I'm not going to say like, with standard RCs being really important, we're going from 0 to 100. We might go 0 to 20, and then as time goes on, we might go to like 50 of like percentage that people care about it, but like realistically, it just being more than 0 means that standard isn't completely irrelevant. Not that standard is going to be like the most important thing going forward, but like should talk about it a little bit, I guess. Extraction Specialist, Synergy, and Charming Prince. I'm not sure this card will see play in Pioneer. I do think it'll be good in Constructed. I think it is very good with Wedding Announcement, as it just turns on Wedding Announcement by itself. And it does turn on Of One Mind, which isn't legal in Standard, but could be something in Pioneer if you have like a white-blue flash deck. I do think this is on the lower end of power level for flash cards, but it's not completely out of the mix. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5, but I am hopeful that it proves me wrong in being a 2 out of 5. Just print white Liliana the Veil. Liliana the Veil the Redeemed. Good idea. Runic Shot. 1 mana for a sorcery. Destroy target tapped creature. If the spell was kicked, scry 2. I don't think this card is constructed playable. Its kicker is 1 blue. If it gained life, it'd be drastically better. I don't even think it would be constructed playable then. Whatever. Samite Herbalist. Crapped. 1 colorless, 1 white. When it becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and scry 1. It's good for Enlist, but it's not very good anywhere else. This card's... You're getting a 0. Whatever. Jesus. Sarah Paragon. Flying. It's 2 double white for a 3/4. Okay, already good rate. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with converted mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains when this permanent is put in the graveyard from the battlefield, exile it, and you gain 2 life. I gave Leyline Binding a 5 out of 5. This card is Lurrus with flying. And it's, on each of your turns. Yeah, this card's obviously good. I can see this being a top end in the mono white standard decks. I could also see this card seeing a good amount of play in humans. I'm not sure if it would go in the Coco version, because you can't hit it with Coco, and like you are really tight on cards that aren't hittable by Coco in that deck. But it's probably at least playable in the mono white humans deck. I'm not sure it's playable many other places in Pioneer. I think it'll see good play in Standard. Only lets you recast it once though. It's not, I don't think it's better than Lurrus, but it's like standard power level good white card. Yeah. The new Coco for these decks, I'm not sure you I'm not sure you can ever cut Coco from those decks, because it's just so explosive. I do think this card's very good, though. I do think it's very good. I have high hopes for Sarah Paragon. Put this at 3 for now. Oh, we're giving this a 4 out of 5. Shalai's Acolyte. 5 mana for a 3/4 with flying. It has kicker, 1 and a green. If Shalai's Acolyte was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it. This card's not constructed playable. It's pretty good and limited. That's about it. 0 out of 5. Stall for time. 3 mana instant. Kicker 1 and a blue. Tap up to 2 target creatures. If the spell was kicked, put a stun counter on each of those creatures. Draw a card. I really like this card. I think this could see constructed play. It would have to be in like a really low to the ground creature deck, and instead of them playing removal, they have stall for times. I think it's pretty format dependent. There has to probably be like a big creature deck, or like 2 decks that are trying to race in the format. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5 just because I think it's a decent spell. I don't know if I'd say it's good, but I like it. Are you rating these cards only through the lens of constructed? For the most part, yeah. I think there's just like a lot of things in limited where you can just be like, oh yeah, this card's good in limited. You know? If mono white, I do think there will be a mono white deck. But like this card only matters in mono white if you're like paired against like a mono green deck or something where you're trying to race. And then like it might just not be as good as a removal spell some amount of the time. Especially when there's like a bunch of white O-rings in the format. Just having an O-ring instead of like a thing that taps for 2 turns might just be significantly better. But a lot of it depends on the actual context. But will it compete? I think there's going to be a good mono white deck in the format. I think so. In standard at least. In Study Break, oh, you mean Strixhaven? And that never saw play? Well, that doesn't mean that this won't see play. And there have been, like, Feeling of Dread saw play a bit in in Dark Ascension. Like, a very fringe amount, but it did see some play. And, like, this card isn't that different from that. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be, like, really good, but it could just see some play because it does something very specific and there aren't many effects that do that. Yeah, Skyclave rotating isn't that big of a deal, right? We still have the Banisher Priest that flips. We still have Thalia. There's still like a lot of good mono white things. Skyclave Apparition isn't the thing that like pulls that deck together. I mean, Feeling of Dread won a block Pro Tour. Not a standard Pro Tour. As a Canadian, we have to know what Pro Tours are won by Canadians. So, I know that Alexander Hayne won that Canadian. Yeah, like, obviously, I've said, like, multiple times, it depends on the context of the format, how good this card is. Like I said, if there's a mono green deck, this card might be good in the sideboard against specifically mono green if you're trying to race. Anyways. Take up the shield. 2 mana for an instant. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. I think this card's sick. Again, like back to the mono white thing. I think this card will see play in standard. In the mono white deck if there is one. It gaining lifelink and indestructible is huge. If there's a mono red deck, it definitely will see play in most white decks, I think. Maybe not a lot, but I think it'll like be a serious consideration. I think just like giving things lifelink for a turn indestructible is huge. Is the white adversary a soldier? What's the white adversary? This thing? Or what? From Val. Oh, I have no idea. No idea the text on that card. No, it's a scout. Scout's just a different kind of soldier anyways. Alright, temporary lockdown. When temporary lockdown enters the battlefield, exile each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less until temporary lockdown leaves the battlefield. I like this card. Meathook Spash is indestructible. Yeah, okay. Meathook's just good against creature decks in general anyways, right? Yeah, I think this card is, this is interesting. It's funny because the Black-Red Artifact deck that I've been playing in Standard just can't ever beat this card. And I'm not sure how many like white control decks there will be that are able to cast a double white spell. But I think this card's obviously very powerful. It's good against Bloodtithe Harvester, which is one of the best creatures in the set. It's good against Anvil. It's good against Mono White. I'm not sure if it's better than what's that card? The 3-mana Wrath. That's 1 double black with Cleave. Just because the other one has Cleave. But Temporary Lockdown is definitely very good. It's good against like any sort of tokens. It's probably fine against Eska's Chariot, although like they still have the Chariot, obviously. Path of Peril. Yeah, I don't know if it's better than Path of Peril. I do not think... It probably will see play in Pioneer, but only in blue-white. Probably against some of the Lord of the Ground aggro decks. I don't think it sees play other than in the sideboard. I definitely think this card's good. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5, though, because I also think that if this card is good, then cards like Boseiju are also much better. Does this have chance in older formats? Modern? Probably not. I don't think that this effect is better than other things. Not that I can think of any right now, but I also don't think that Temporary Lockdown is targeting something specific in Modern that isn't being like targeted more effectively. Like there's not many low to the ground decks that Temporary Lockdown just stops. Like it's not good against Burn, etc. Yeah, not better than EE. Still gets like Boseiju, etc. Toast was talking about this card shitting on Hammer. I don't think this card does like anything against Hammer. I mean, like obviously it does stuff against Hammer, but like the reason why Hammer is so good is because Wrath effects and targeted removal aren't very good against them. So like Urza Saga is a huge problem if somebody's playing Temporary Lockdown, or like Spell Pierce. Like if you jam a Temporary Lockdown into a Spell Pierce because you have to, the game's just over. It's not just like you cast Temporary Lockdown against Hammer and it ends, right? Hammer has a lot of like little small decisions, and like there's many things, not just Temporary Lockdown in the format that like Hammer has to play around in general, whether it be like Solitude, Boseiju, other Wrath effects, Planeswalkers, that just like I don't think Temporary Lockdown really breaks the matchup open. Not to mention, like, not many decks can just jam double white. So the impact of this card is going to be very small. And, like, if 3-mana Temporary Lockdown was really that big of a deal, EE would also be a pretty big deal. And EE can just be played in every deck. And I'm pretty sure, like, most decks are just playing EE against Hammer. So it's not like this is just like free. This Lockdown answers Black-Red Sack and Pioneer. Sort of. The best cards in Black-Red Sack are not 2 or less. Like Oven, obviously, but like Obnixilus, Devil are more problems. And like what decks are playing double white? It'd have to be like only control. Farewell is probably just better. I mean, like, if you survive to turn 6 in general, I guess, but yeah, again, like, Farewell, I guess, doesn't answer Obnixilus, which is still the biggest issue. Fable. It doesn't actually hit flipped Fable, or it doesn't actually hit the card Fable, which is a problem. So, like, I'm sure this will see play in Pioneer. I think it's good, but I don't think it's, like, shifting anything. I think it's just going to be another good tool for these decks. Another alternative choice. That made everyone angry. I don't play alchemy, so I actually don't know. Was there? Not me eating my own hair. Ugh. Pioneer Esper midrange. What's Define Purge? It's CMC 3. That card sounds really good. It's 3 mana everything but Define Purge. Exile artifacts and creatures with mana value 3 or less. Oh, it's only artifacts and creatures. They perpetually gain the spell cost 2 more to cast. This permanent enters the battlefield tapped for as long as each of them remains exiled. Its owner may play it. The card's pretty good. Yeah. Interesting. It's also not an enchantment, so it's harder to interact with. So I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. I don't see a very specific spot where it breaks anything open. Yeah, I still think there's like some things that you can use to counter this or beat it, etc. Alright. Urza assembles the Titans. 5 mana for a saga. Read ahead. Chapter 1. Scry 4, then you may reveal the top card of your library. If a planeswalker card is revealed this way, put it into your hand. Chapter 2. You may put a planeswalker card with mana value 6 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. Chapter 3. You may activate the loyalty abilities of planeswalkers you control twice this turn rather than only once. The second best Nicol Bolas deck is now mono white. I think this card sucks. Like, are you also playing Assemble the Gatewatch or whatever that card's called? Like, I think this card's poop. Doesn't really do anything. It might draw you a card, or it might put a Planeswalker into play for 1 mana less than what it normally would. Whatever. Art is sick. Art is very sick. This is getting a 1 out of 5. I'm sure the Commander players are really happy about this one. Valiant Veteran. Is the full set spoiled? It is. 2 mana, 2/2. Other soldiers you control get +1/+1. 5 mana. Exile Valiant Veteran from your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter on each soldier you control. This card's not legendary. I think this card's really good. I think this card is good for its mana cost. It has a late game effect. It synergizes well with other cards in the format in Standard. And it's a 2/2 for 2. Like, what can go wrong? It's not overpowered. It's not underpowered. Just good. This is getting a 3 out of 5. Mono white human soldiers and Pioneer. I don't think this card breaks anything or does anything in Pioneer. Like, the reason why the mono white deck in Pioneer is good is because of like Thalia plus cheap interaction and an early clock. Unless all of those cards are also soldiers, this card probably won't do that much. Thalia's Lieutenant is just significantly better on average. You could have both, but like, whatever. They're like, other lords were so much better. I think that if you make this card better, the mono white deck is just incredibly good. I think this card has to be slightly less powerful. Or else mono white soldiers is just too good for standard, is my assumption. Like, the other cards don't have that much help in standard. Where, like, the elf is really good for modern elves. I really like it for modern elves. But, like, obviously it's not as busted. The Lieutenant buffs humans, yeah. The merfolk is sick. Wingmantle, is it Chaplain? Or Chaplain? Whatever. 4 mana for an 0/3 defender. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying for each creature you control with defender. Whenever another creature with defender enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. Chaplain. This is some real pillow fort type shit. Like, hope my opponent doesn't kill me before turn 5. I'm gonna make the game go incredibly long because I just love the game, and we're gonna have a real good game together, type thing. This is getting a 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 is generous. This is the kind of card I would play in limited, though. I think that's sick. Blue. Wow, we did white already? Okay, cool. Blue. Academy Lore Master. Blue. For a 2/3. Okay, that's pretty good. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player may draw an additional card. If they do, spells they cast this turn cost 2 more to cast. Wow. I'm inclined to believe that cards that have simultaneous effects for you and your opponent are in general not good. I could see this card being in a control deck post board if you assume your opponent's bringing out removal, because you drawing an extra card a turn could be more impactful than your opponent drawing an extra card for turn. And if you are the pure control deck and your opponent's more of an aggro mid-range deck, maybe they have to be able to cast their spells in the early game so that they can't take a turn off to draw that extra card, where you can because you're the control deck. But, Lore Master plus Aether Vial, there's got to be better combos with Lore Master plus Aether Vial. Like, just... there's just, like, merfolk cards that just do that better. Hello. We have not gone through Liliana yet. Good with Narset. Yes. You know what else is good with Narset if your Narset just doesn't die? Just, like, Days Undoing. Just play Days Undoing. It's nice if you play Drago. Yeah, I don't know if there are many positive game interactions where you can play Drago in today's day and age. Which is where this card shines. But it does require a lot of your opponent, or requires a lot of your opponent to not be doing anything, or the impact of your cards to be worth more, which is a big ask. It's not impossible, but it is a big ask. I will be giving this a 2 out of 5. Is that a little mouse? Nope. Little mouse? Just a little guy. Little mouse? Little mouse? It's getting a 10 out of 5. She looks angry, but little mouse? Will Commander players love Academy Lore Master? Maybe. It gives me very, what's that? You have to pay 1 or else I draw a card vibe. Like, you have to remind your opponent to draw a card in their upkeep. Or else they pay more. Ristic Study, yeah. Are you gonna draw a card in your draw step? Oh, your spells cost 2 more. Huh? Got you. When you like to pay one? 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 Instead of like, that was easy button, it's like, would you like to pay one? Academy Wall. 3 mana for an 0/5. Defender. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card is exactly the card that I would expect the blue-white players or the blue-black control players of the world to be like, this card is broken. This card blocks, it loots, it does everything. I don't think this card's good. It does almost nothing. Yeah. Whatever. I guess if it eats 3 or more damage from blocking a creature, if it was 2 mana, obviously it would be significantly better because it wouldn't just be 3 mana, but it requires so much. I'm not. It's 1 out of 5. Can't wait to get canceled by CADH Twitter. I'm really excited for them to like make up a spreadsheet about me or some graph that doesn't do anything. Like, yeah, have you checked out this graph? It means you should always go 3rd in Commander. Politics. Oh, okay. Insane. Very good. Anybody looting multiple times? Always go 3rd. I did this graph and see like, and you should just always go 3rd. Yeah. Aether Channeler. 3 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Create a 1/1 bird creature token with flying. Return another target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. This card is definitely very good. I do like that it's another target non-land permanent, not another target non-land permanent your opponent controls. I think the 1/1 white bird creature is kind of whatever. Drawing a card is always nice on a creature. The 2/1 body kind of sucks. I do think this will fall into some blue deck somewhere. I don't think it's super amazing. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5. I'm not super impressed. Cube Staple. It is just better than Manowar. The body can't race. The body can't race. And the 1/1 white bird is cool. Maybe there is something with that. I don't know. Modal spells in general are like kind of okay. But like I'm not writing home about it or anything. Worse than Reflector Mage? Worse than Reflector Mage. Yes, 100% worse than Reflector Mage. Reflector Mage being a 2/3. Reflector Mage like becoming a 3/4 with Lieutenant. Reflector Mage like making it so they can't cast it again. And, yeah. Spike bought property on Aether Channeler Island? Oh, really? Interesting. Any spikelings in chat? Any spikelings in here? Alright. Battlewing Mystic. A 2 mana 2/1 with flying. Kicker red. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. I'm not impressed with this card. I do think it'll see play. I don't think it's very good. A 2/1 for 2 with flying is mostly negligible. Its kicker ability is fine. It makes it so, like, obviously the draw in the late game is better, but whatever. If it had prowess or some other keyword, I think it would be really good. Obviously it doesn't. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5 also. I'm not super impressed with it in Pioneer or in Standard. There's definitely places where it's going to be good, but like whatever. It's 3 mana, you might as well just be playing Divination. Me. It's definitely a good draft card. I really like the card in draft. Share slot with Ledger. I mean, Ledger in Standard hasn't been super impactful, for sake of argument. Not yet, at least. So. Combat Research. Oh, this is just a new curiosity. It's just a significantly better curiosity. It's a 1 mana enchanty. Enchant creature has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. As long as enchanted creature is legendary, it gets +1/+1 and has ward. What was the... There was a card and I was like, man, if there's a curiosity in this format. Danith, yeah, Danitha's 5 mana though. This +5 mana spell is not very good. I do think Combat Research will see play. I actually like this card. I think I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5. It's just curiosity. There was like a mono blue flash deck that that's like always just kind of been in Standard when there's a good curiosity. So like I do think that this will enable a blue aggro deck. And we'll see play probably as a 4 of somewhere. I don't know if there's a blue hexproof card. How much does it cost though? I mean, we'll probably get to it, but Wizards tend to not play print a bunch of good low costing hexproof creatures, especially with like a curiosity in the format. It costs 1 in this format. Well, we'll get back to it. 3 out of 5. I like this card. Coral Colony. 2 mana for a 1/4. Target player mills X cards where X is the number of creatures you control with Defender. There will be a Defender deck. I don't think this card's good. 1 out of 5. Defiler of Dreams. 1 out of 4. Defiler of Dreams. 5 mana 4/3. Oh, this is like the white version. Okay, it has flying. As an additional cost to cast a blue permanent spell, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost 2 less. Sorry. They cost 1 blue less to cast if you paid life this way. Whenever you cast a blue permanent spell, draw a card. It being a blue permanent spell makes this card substantially worse because it's not a good control threat. I guess like I should say it's not a bad control threat, but playing a 5 mana 4/3 and hoping your opponent doesn't kill it, or playing a 5 mana 4/3 on like turn 10 and counterspell draw a card, it's just like all your spells are now Cryptic Command. This isn't doing that, right? The rate isn't the best. I like this card. It's just not amazing. I'll give it a 2 out of 5 because I think it's a decent card, but this card's very good in... Oh, this one or this one? This card's very good in Limited, yeah. Yeah, the permanent part is the rough part, but... Jhin of the Fountain. 6 mana, 4/4. Flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose one. Jhin of the Fountain gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Exile it. Returns to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Draw, or scry 1. Also not really constructed playable. This card's good. A 4/4 for 6 with flying and limited's good. Yeah. Not really constructed playable. I'll give it a 1 out of 5. Urtai Scorn. Just cancel. Slightly better cancel. I do like the flavor text though. Counterspell flavor text are always the best. You're not so special, Karn. Anything that has been assembled can be disassembled. Nice. I love that. Love that. Essence Scatter. God, I love... Oh, I guess I should give this a rating. This will get a 3 out of 5. I think cancels and Standard are good. It's possible Urtai Scorn sees play over a random counterspell in Pioneer. I doubt it. It's like it being 2 mana compared to 3 mana isn't super relevant unless you're playing against like exactly Lotus Field. out of blue-white. And it's still just probably worse than Silumgar's Scorn, which is just like Dragon Counterspell, but whatever. Kind of good versus Ledger Shredder decks. I don't know, playing a Counterspell just for Ledger Shredder decks is like super narrow. Essence Scatter. Essence Scatter being in Standard is sick. Essence Scatter's 2 mana counter target creature spell. I love this card. I think it's really good. I don't know if it was in Standard up to this point. Let me see. Was it Ikoria? I've played a lot of Essence Scatter in, it's not legal in Standard currently. I played a lot of Essence Scatter when I was playing Standard a couple years ago. I think this card's really good. I think it's really underplayed in most Standard formats where it's legal. It's just, yeah. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. Like, it's good. Capture, maybe? Capture's significantly worse because it's harder to cast and you need a creature. It's from Ixalan. Its last printing was in Ikoria. I think it's a little bit of play there. Founding the Third Path. 2 mana for a Saga. Read ahead. You may cast an instant sorcery spell with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost. Target player mills 4 cards. Exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast it. That's chapters 1, 2, and 3. I think this card sucks. I think this card sucks a lot. What Magma Opus isn't in the set. What about with See the Truth? You gotta pay the mana though? Oh. No, you copy it. You may cast the copy. You don't have to pay the copy. Right? I assume other than Leyline Binding, there's no good white cards. There's Sarah Paragon, which I liked. L2 you have to pay. L2 is mill. This one? I'm pretty sure chapter 3 you exile the card and you may cast the copy. And then you have to pay, okay. That's what you're saying, not here. Okay, I understand. L3. Yeah, I think this card sucks. I think it sucks a lot. Yeah, it's just really bad. It lets you delve Treasure Cruise. Yeah, whatever. Discarding a card to, like, play Treasure Cruise is... whatever. I don't care. It's not very good. Not very good. It'll see play. People will play this card. I don't think it's very good. I'll give it a 2 out of Archive Trap for 0. You think your opponent's fetching in your main phase? In response to this, they're like, oh, you've targeted Archive Trap? 5 mana 4/4 with Ward. Frost Strider enters the battlefield. Tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter. Yeah, this card's very good. Very good for limited. Not very constructed playable. Very good for limited. Probably like one of the best blue uncommons in the set. 1 out of 5. You can play a removal spell from your graveyard if you start from the 3rd chapter. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely a 4 out of 5 in limited. That card, Strider is, yeah. Haughty Jhin. Oh, he's a bit of a haughty. A 3 mana 0/4 flying. It's equal to the number of instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. Instant and sorcery spells you cost 1 less to cast. I adore your outfit. It's so rustic. This guy's an asshole. This card is this is exactly like the control finisher I expect to see. I think with Urtai Scorn, Essence Scatter in the format, playing Haughty Jhin as a win condition in a blue deck is going to be good. I could also see this card seeing play in a mono blue aggro deck with the new Curiosity. Combat Research, just like the old mono blue tempo Spirits deck. I don't think this card's broken. I don't think it's like anything really amazing. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5 just because like it requires a lot. The double blue is restrictive, so it can't be splashed. But I do think this card is very good. It's probably good against aggro. It's good at blocking. It's good in the late game. Yeah. Not asshole. Haughty. Shirtless Tribal. Worse than Oko. Better than Jace in Shirtless Tribal. 3 out of 5 in Shirtless Tribal also. I'll put this on the list. Delver Shredder Jhin. What a curve. Haunting Figment. 2-1 for 2. Vigilance. Can't be blocked as long as you cast an instant sorcery spell this turn. This card's cool. I do not think it is constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Impede Momentum. 2 mana for a sorcery. Tap target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. Scry 1. Unless there's a spot where you need to tap something for 3 turns and discarding a card allows you to do that and not die anyways, I think this card's not very good in Constructed, and I don't think it's very good in Limited either. It, like, I can't even imagine a spot out of blue where I'm like, I need this to be tapped for 3 turns in order for me to win. That's just better than, like, killing it. 0 out of 5. Impulse. With the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Impulse is a sweet reprint. I've always made snap decisions. I'm just better at making the right ones now that I'm older and wiser. Impulse is just obviously very powerful. One of the best things about this is you can find lands with it or spells. It's good in the late game. It's good on turn 2. It's very good with your Haughty Jhin. It's very good with your prowess creatures. I think that Impulse is a good addition to Standard and a good addition to Pioneer. And I'm excited to see this card be reprinted. I think it's not unsuspecting. I think a lot of people know how good Impulse is just as like a decent spell in the format. And yeah. 5 out of 5 in Constructed. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself here. I think it's only a 3 out of 5. The power level of Impulse is always it can't be too powerful. It can do something that's good, but in general, like, cantrips aren't super powerful. Let you do the hype shit, bro. 10 out of 5. Best card in the format. No, I think it's a 3 out of 5. I like it, though. Could very easily be a 4 out of 5, too. I like Impulse. Like Impulse. Think it's good. If you don't think it's good, you should play more Impulse. Yeah, Impulse hasn't been reprinted in a very long time. I don't know if it was modern legal. Joint Exploration. 2 mana for an instant. Kicker, 1 green. Scry 2, then draw a card. If the spell was kicked, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, this for example. I think this card is better than Impulse. But I also think that Impulse goes into a different deck than Joint Exploration does. This card basically almost being Exploration is not exploration. What was the green card called? Growth Spiral is just very powerful. I think this card's super dangerous. I think this card's very powerful. It always draws a card. You don't have to kick it to draw a card. And if you have mana to kick it, you probably should just almost always put the land into the battlefield. I think this card's like a 4 out of 5. I think it's very, 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 very good. $420 tribal ADH deck. Yeah, we're gonna put this on the list. It's getting a 4 out of 5. I think any blue deck is just going to try to splash green to also play this. I think it's just in standard, and I think it's just very good in Pioneer also. I'm not sure if there's a great shell for it in Pioneer, but it's just very powerful. Founding of the Third Path. Yeah, true. Yeah, this card's very good. Looking for type 2, Pioneer, or Sealed. We're not... No Sealed talk on this stream. Talking about Limited is normally a waste of time. It's, like, really hard to... Like, you can say a card's powerful in Limited, but I think it's really hard to be like, yeah, this is the best card in Limited, and just, like, not have people argue with you all the time. Thinking is very hard. Two-headed giant Rochester draft, please. I cannot. Micromancer. 4 mana for a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an instant or sorcery card with mana value 1, reveal it and put it in your hand, then shuffle. Unless there's some weird... Like, what 1 mana spell would you be grabbing with this that matters in Pioneer or Standard that makes you want to play a Hill Giant? In blue. Ephemerate. Tutor's Ancestral. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. This is getting a 1 out of 5. Cool idea, though. Oh, Nagate. 2 mana counter target non-creature spell. Also printed with Essence Scatter. Good little bundle in the format. Love Negate. No complaints. Good card. Will definitely see play. 3 out of 5. This it's frustrating, isn't it? To be so weak and ineffectual. Don't worry. You'll be complete soon enough. Negate is always standard legal, right? I'm not sure. I know Duress and Mind Rot, there was a couple sets where both of them weren't standard legal. Negate could make waves in Pioneer? Really, you think so? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not like there's a new Planeswalker that just came out. That is like a reprint of a really old, powerful Planeswalker that Negate would be good against or anything. Trying to make Negate an evergreen card for standard, same with the rest. I know they've been trying to do that, and that's what it... There's like... It was like Negate, Mind Rot, Duress... But there was a time period where it was like, this is the first time Mind Rot hasn't been printed in Standard in 15 years or something stupid. Some stat like that. Same with the rest a couple years ago. I don't know if the same happened with Negate. But anyways, yeah, Negate. Great card. 10 out of 10. I mean, we have Go Blank that... I was going to say we have Go Blank at home, but actually we have Go Blank at the 5-star restaurant. That's just... Go Blank. I meant Mind Rot. Mind Rot is Go Blank at home. Isn't there like a rogue themed Mind Rot? Yeah, it's in... Kamigawa. Counterspell would definitely be too strong for Pioneer. Counterspell might be too strong for Modern. Anyways. The Phasing of Zhalfir. 4 mana. Read ahead. For a nice little saga. Chapters 1 and 2. Another target non-land permanent phases out. It can't phase in for as long as you control the Phasing of Zhalfir. Destroy all creatures. For each creature destroyed this way, its controller creates a 2/2 black Phyrexian creature token. I don't like this card. 4 mana out of blue. That's a Wrath effect, but it's not really a Wrath effect. You can save your creatures, but if you do that, your opponent gets 2 good attack steps. And it's in blue. If you're blue, you're probably pairing it with white or black. Like, there has to be better Wrath effects. Yeah, I don't know. This is like a 1 out of 5. Thing is a commander staple. Oh, I gotta respect the commander players. I forgot about that. Curse of Swine time. Any pigs in chat? Any oinkers? Any big fans of swine? Phyrexian Espionage. 3 mana for a sorcery, kicker, 1 and a black. Draw 2 cards. If the spell was kicked, each opponent discards a card. Okay, so we have a cool new divination. I don't think divination's really been standard playable for a while. Not that it's really been in the format. It has been Pioneer playable. If there's a blue-black control deck that can tap out on turn 3 without getting punished too much to cast divination, this card's good. In general, I think this card is a 2 out of 5. It is okay. Yeah. Pixie Illusionist. 1 mana, 1/1. Kicker, 3 and a green. If it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it. Target land you control becomes a basic land type of your choice until end of turn flying. This card is exactly the kind of card that I think I would put the Curiosity on. You slap this bad boy into play, put a Curiosity on it, go to town, draw your cards. You can kick it in the late game, so it's fine. That's probably not very powerful. There is 1 mana removal in the set, but I do think this is the best card so far that I've seen to do that. I still don't think this card's good, though. I think I'll just give it a 1 out of 5. Against mono green or red black mid. I mean, I think blue white already was decent against mono green, but no, not really. Protect the Negotiators. 2 for an instant, kicker, 1 white. If the spell was kicked, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Counter target spell unless the controller plays 1 for each creature you control. I think this card's really good. This slots right into a blue-white flash deck. It makes a creature. It is a counter spell. It's almost never dead. It's any spell. It's not creature spell. It's not non-creature spell. This card's really good. I really like this card. It doesn't go into control because you don't have enough creatures, but it probably would go into the sideboard of a flash deck or the main deck of a flash deck, or maybe Esper cards or something. It is basically unified well. Azorius Flash. Yeah, that's the best place. Azorius Flash, I think, would be the best place for this. Rona's Vortex. 1 mana. Blue. Kicker, 2 and a black. Return target creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. If the spell was kicked, put that permanent on the bottom of its owner's library instead. Okay. This card's just unsummon, but for planeswalkers also, but only your opponent's stuff, which is already fine. But it being grip tied for the bottom of your opponent's deck is really good. So it's like just 4 mana removal spell. Obviously, it's not good all the time because, like, if your opponent resolves a planeswalker, they get something out of it, or a creature with an ETB. But I think this card will see play. I think it's good. I will give it a 2 out of 5 though, because it very much also could just be very bad and like only see a 1 of or 2 of in play. Response for Liliana Plus. That is cute, although very narrow. Shore up. Anybody shoring up the matchup? 1. Instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 against hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. So this card really makes me believe that there will be a mono blue aggro deck in the format. Whether it's good or not, it'll be there. Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks to mono blue aggro in standard from a couple years ago. It's like dive down all over again. Better dive down? I'm not sure if this is better or worse than dive down. I think it's close. I think it's also negligible. I think they're like exactly the same card for the most part. Corona Vortex. What? Oh, Rona's Vortex. Yeah, but dive down was +0/+3. It did not untap it, right? Which is relevant. Yeah, and this boy do be thick. Look at him. Yeah. Silver Scrutiny. Double blue X. You may cast Silver Scrutiny as though it had flash if X is 3 or less. Draw X cards. So 5 mana for draw 3. That was a card, right? Jace's Scrutiny. That's just a good card. This card's good. That's like, as 3 mana, draw 1 card, instant speed. It's not great. Obviously, like, this is very reminiscent of Sphinx's Revelation, where you do like a small Sphinx's Revelation, then you do a big Sphinx's Revelation, and they just kind of like chain into each other. Obviously, like, it not having flash after when it's not, is it intuition? When it's draw 4 cards, which makes it worse. I do think this card is good. I also think that it's not broken, which is very nice, because if it was an instant at any time, it might be problematic for the format. Or not even problematic, but it would definitely make blue control decks very good in standard. Not gaining life also, yeah, in directly relation to Sphinx's Revelation, but when there was, what was it, Intuition, the 6 mana draw 4, that card was also just good in a mono or a blue white control deck, right? Yeah, it gains life with Sheoldred. That's true. Blue black control. 2 out of 5. Soaring Drake. 3 mana for a 2/3 with flying. They're power creeping everything, just ever so slightly. This card's good. 3 out of 5 for limited, 0 out of 5 for constructed. Sphinx of the Clear Skies. 5 mana for a 5/5 with flying, ward 2. Okay, I'm interested. Domain. When Sphinx of the Clear Skies deal combat damage to a player, reveal the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among you control. An opponent separate those cards into 2 piles, put 1 pile in your hand, the other in graveyard. So it factor fictions, mini factor fictions if you're on blue white. Or like you can play Triumphs and do like still a mini factor fiction. I mean, this card's good, obviously. I don't think it's better than a 3 out of 5. A 5-mana 5/5 with flying is like really hard to kill in limited, especially with Ward 2 and constructed. Not as good as Dream Trawler, obviously. Not as good as the Big Crab, but still very good. Will see playing constructed. Tala's Lookout. 4 mana for a 3/2 flying. When it dies, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, and the rest in your graveyard. Not very good for constructed. Probably pretty good in limited. 0 to 5. Oh, a Toto. I like Totos. 4 mana for a 2/5. Okay. That is very turtle power level. 3 mana scry 1. Okay. Not playable constructed. It is a nice Toto though. I do like the turtle. Timely Interference. 1 mana for an instant. Kicker, 1 in a red. Target creature gets -1/-1 and -1/-0 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature blocks this turn if able. Draw a card. Them giving it that creature blocks this turn if able is interesting. I don't think this card's constructed playable. It might be constructed playable if the prowess deck is very good. Because just having 1 mana spells that draw a card is like not irrelevant. But I don't think this card is very good. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. One mana draw card is good enough for limited. I'm not sure it is. I'm not a solid like C. I wouldn't put many C's in my deck in limited. I also don't know if this card's constructed playable, but is a prowess archetype in the set. There are a couple good prowess cards from what I've seen, but nothing special. Tolarian Geyser, 3 mana sorcery, kicker, white. Return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card. If the spell is kicked, you gain 3 life. Okay. Just little unsummon, draw a card. It's pretty good. Not playable for constructed, but good and limited. 0 to 5. Tolarian Terror. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard. Ward 2, 5/5 for 7. So in theory, it could be a 1 mana 5/5 with Ward 2, but like, again, like this in control is not the best finisher. It doesn't have evasion at all. Its Ward 2 is cool, but not great. It's probably just worse than the Sphinx more often than not. You really have to have the rest of the game, like you're just casting spells, which is not always something that can be happening. At least with the Sphinx, like it attacks better. This was founding the third path. We broke it. Broken standard deck. We broke it. Thank you, D-Cubert. Vesuvian Duplimancy. That's not a word. 4 mana Enchanty, just an Enchanty, not a Sargon D's. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of that artifact or creature, except it's not legendary. Okay. So Timely Interference plus Vesuvian Duplimancy might be a combination. If there is a creature in the format that is good, if you have multiples of them, I think that's cool and good and nice. And might be something that is worth exploring. I will not be exploring it. And I think otherwise this card is a commander card, so I hope the commander cards or commander players are very grateful that their random mythics are being put in my standard set. But yeah. Voda Sea Scavenger. 3 mana for a 3/2. Domain. When it ETBs, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. You may put one of those cards on top of your library, put the rest of your bottom. This card sucks. 0 to 5. Yeah, if you could just like copy Founding of the Third. I hate it here. Vodalian? Vodilian? Hexcatcher. 2 mana for a 1/1 with flash. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1. Sacrifice a merfolk, counter target non-creature spell unless the controller plays 1. My nose has been really bad this morning. You're just one more pollutant to be removed from the sea. Maybe this card is good in Pioneer. I don't know the full scope of good merfolks in Pioneer. This card's not very good in Standard. It being a curse catcher for Pioneer is pretty sick. And I think it's probably not very good in Modern. But it might be good in Pioneer. It might be the start of something beautiful in Pioneer. 3 mana 2/1 review? What's a 3 mana 2/1? Uh, 2 out of 5. Not impressed yet. Willing to be impressed in the future. At Randall Barber. Vodilian? Whatever. Mind Singer. Oh, I thought this thing was the thing. It's this thing that's the merfolk. Either... Oh, that card's... I think I gave it a 2 out of 5. I think I said it'll see play and it's decent, but it's nothing amazing. Yeah, I don't think it's that good. I think it's like a 2 out of 5. I don't see, like... The impact of that card is kind of low, in my opinion. A 2/1 that draws a card is whatever. A 2/1 that makes a bird is whatever. And a 2/1 that... Mana Wars is also whatever. Like, in Limited, it's very good. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that card is going to see much constructed play. You think it's nutty, but maybe you're wrong. It's very good in Limited. It's not very good in Constructed. We already have a black version of that card, right? Spike will take offense. It's like... The only good thing about it is you can bounce permanents you control, which I think is sick. But, like, it's nothing special. Like, when you're talking about 3-drops in constructed formats, like, we still have Fable in Standard. Is that card better than Fable? Not close. At all. Can't wait to be canceled by Merfolk Twitter. The black version is rotating. Right, but the black version wasn't very good, is my point. You think it's weaker. I think the skill difference isn't that drastic, though. Even if the card's weaker, it is almost replaceable. And makes it not very powerful. Jesus. Anyways, back to the Mind Singer. I like Mind Slinger more, like we're throwing brains at people. So I'm going to call it the Mind Slinger. This is just, what's that enchanty? Kicker. Okay, so it's 3 mana, 1 double blue for a 2/2. Kicker, 1 red, and or 1 green. It enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it for each time it was kicked. When it ETBs, gain control of target creature with power less than Mind Slinger's power for as long as you control Mind Slinger. This card's good. Mind control effects haven't really been super around. There was one recently. It was the 5 mana 4/3, right? But I think that was a very niche part of the metagame, and I don't think that card saw a bunch of play. It is like Vodakin Shackles, or the Enchanty that says gain control of target creature with power, or CMC 2 or less. Yeah, Mind Flare. Entrancing Melody was playable, but you always got to keep that card. Or that creature, right? And it was also, like, it scaled much differently. This being a 5 mana, gain control of a 4/4 or a 4x is fine. The thing is, you probably have to have pretty good board presence or pretty good control over the game for this to be super impactful. and it does have a lot of mana requirements. Like 1 or 2 double blue and a red or a green isn't easy. I do think this card will see constructive play. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5, though. Are there any 0x or 1x creatures that gain control with this on 3? Yeah, there's a couple. Like, you might just sideboard it in against the mono blue beatdown deck with Curiosity. But instead of triggering is also relevant. Yeah, it's not the worst. I'm not saying it's unplayable. I'm just saying, like, it requires a lot. And so when you're talking about, like, cards that require a lot, you have to jump through more hoops. And so the more hoops you have to jump through, the less powerful it is, the less likely it'll be good the majority of the time. I'm sure there are circumstances where it's good. There are probably more circumstances where it's not good. So, whatever. 2 out of 5. Volsci Tide Turner. Where are these things coming from? Why don't they all just have the same name? Voda? Voldalian Mindslinger. Like, why? What's going on here? 2 for a 1/3. Add 1 blue. Spend this mana only to cast instant or sorceries or a kick spell. Not very good. Might be good if there's a storm deck. There probably won't be. 0 out of 5. The region is Vodalia. Then why is this a Volsci? Or is that the race of the merfolk? Wouldn't Voldalian be the race? I don't understand. Volsci is a tribe. Okay, we got some lore majors in here. What are your top 3 grades in blue? Like top 3 cards? This is probably one of them. This is one of them. This is probably the other. I think everything else was pretty unimpressive. Oh, this card might be better than the Merfolk Lord. I think Joint Exploration is really good. Oh, this card was up there too. So we got Haughty Jhin. We got Growth Spiral. We got the Sphinx. I think this card is... this card might be better than the Sphinx. I don't think it's better than Haughty Jhin. And I don't think it's better than the new Growth Spiral. It might be better than the Jhin. I'm not impressed with this card. Yeah. So this, I guess, Growth Spiral, and we'll just say the Sphinx. I think this card is close, though. Do I like draft? Yeah, I used to draft a lot. Impulse? I think Impulse is good, but I don't think it's amazing. It's just like another good cantrip. Like, it's not Ponder or Preordain. It's just like... it's better than... I don't know, cycling a sensor. When they stopped doing the AE notation, Kaladesh? I don't know when they stopped it. Black. What if I just skipped black? What if I was just like, yeah, we're not doing black at all? Learn yourself. Alright. Black. Why you gotta skip black? Black cards on Patreon. No good black cards, 0 to 10. Find a space for it. Yeah, there's only one good black card in this format. Alright. Black. Aggressive Sabotage. 3 mana for a sorcery, kicker, red. Target player discards 2 cards. If this spell was kicked, it deals 3 damage to that player. Okay. I like this card. I think it will see standard play. It is just a better Mind Rot. And I do think Mind Rot is playable in most standard formats. Maybe not in every deck, but I do think it's playable. It's obviously worse than Go Blank, but the 3 damage is relevant if there is a black aggro deck. And I think there could be. Mind Rot from a nearby cafe. A nice cafe, though, where they have a good espresso machine. And they have books on the shelves that you can read in your spare time. Not just like a random cafe. Like, not like a Dunkin' or like a Tim Hortons. Like a rustic hipster cafe. Not like getting like affogato. There's no ice cream in this. But it is like, you know, it's just a little bit better. It's just a little expensive. It is just a little expensive. Yeah, yeah. But like, you know, you'll pay for it. It's fine. They'll explain the history of bean to you even if you don't ask. Hey, you want to know where our beans are from? 100% earth to table. Rustic bean. Alright, I'll give Aggressive Sabotage 2 out of 10, because at the end of the day, it is just a Mind Rot. Mind Rots aren't, whatever, you know. Balduvian Atrocity. Wow, that was my name in college. 3 mana for a 2/3, kicker, 1 red. Menace. When Atrocity enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste, sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. I don't see many spots where a 2/3 for 3 is good. I don't see many spots where returning another 3-drop from your graveyard for a turn is good, especially for a 4-drop 2/3. I'm willing to be wrong about that, because maybe there is spots, but I think it's unlikely. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. Battle Rage Blessing. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gains death touch and indestructible until end of turn. This is a good combat trick for limited, but it is just worse than the white version. Death touch is almost irrelevant. Lifelink is significantly better. 0 out of 5 for constructed. 2 out of 5 for limited. I don't even know if it's playable in limited. Should I buy red, black, mid, white? Everybody's distracted by the new set. Maybe. Oh, this card's cool. Probably not playable in constructed. Battlefly Swarm. Phyrexian Insect. 1 for a 1/1 with flying. Pay 1 black. It gains death touch until end of turn. This card feels like it was printed in Scourge. Having encountered the bitter Phyrexian battleflies before, Squee knew not to bother eating them, or at least to stop after the 5th. Okay. 0 out of 5. Cool card, though. Blight Pile. Oh, that was my name in college. 2 mana for a 3/3 with Defender. 3 mana, tap. Each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creatures with Defender you control. Fucking 0 out of 5. Stop. Stop putting these cards in the set. Stop it. Stop it. Bone Splinters. Oh, this is a good one. 1 black, as an additional cost, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. Good in a white-black tokens deck, good in a deck where you want to sacrifice a creature. This art is really cool. This art is so cool. Even if the Bone Splinter doesn't see much play, it's good utility in the format. Sick art. This is so cool. So cool. I'll give it a 1 out of 5 because, like, it is just kind of you're 2 for 1ing yourself some amount of the time. But it gets a 6 out of 5 for the art. It's really cool. It's too fair. That is true. It is very fair. They just creep out Phyrexian Battleflies with that insect above Bone Splinters. Huh? Power creep. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Braids. Arisen Nightmare. 3 mana, 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. If you do, each opponent may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with it. For each opponent who doesn't, that player loses 2 life and you draw a card. Obviously, if this was a forced ability and you could sacrifice a land on your end step to make your opponent also sacrifice a land, it would be really bad play patterns in Standard, and probably really bad for the format, but it would be very, very, very good. I think you can put this under the 3-drops that don't really do much in the format, right next to the random red-black 3-drop from the last Innistrad set that is first strike, and whenever you deal damage, look at the top, exile the top couple cards, and you can cast them. Like, this card's fine. It's okay. Original Braids is much better. And your opponent's having a choice is bad. So, no thanks. You can draw. Yeah. Florian. Yeah, Florian's like really close to being good, but it's just not. And I think this Braids is very similar in that vein, where it might fit into a very specific archetype, or it might be good in a certain game state, but realistically it is just not good enough. You can sack blood tokens. Yeah, whatever. Realistically, like, your blood token drawing you a card and your opponent losing 2 life instead of looting is like, whatever. The cost of having Braids in your deck to do that exact thing is a big opportunity cost, because there are better 3-drops you can be playing. It's not like, oh, I'm exchanging my random blood tokens for extra cards. It's I'm also playing a less powerful card on 3 than other things in the format to make my other cards slightly better. Just play the more powerful cards. It's getting a 1 out of 5. I'm not super impressed with this card. Braids Frightful Return. Read ahead. Chapter 1. You may sacrifice a creature. If you do, each opponent discards a card. Chapter 2. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Chapter 3. Target opponent may sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent. If they don't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. This already is just better than this card. Like, this alone, like, art alone, look at this. This is fucking crazy. That's so cool. This card's just better than this card. It, like, replaces itself. It is good on turn 3. You don't have to use this ability. You can just use this ability. You can just use this ability. It's good against hexproof creatures. I like this card. I don't think I'll give it much more than a 2 out of 5, because I'm not sure that a 3-mana enchanty is really going to change much, but it could be like Elspeth's Nightmare or whatever that card was, where it does something very specific in the format and synergizes well with other cards in Standard. I don't think this card's doing much in Pioneer. Thought you couldn't read. I have text-to-speech on. You can't hear it. Didn't Team CFB play 4-round at the PT? Yeah, I mean, sometimes people play bad cards. What was I going to say? Oh, is this... Did they... I'm not an English major. Don't get me wrong. But I thought if you have a name that ends with an S, or a word that ends with an S, and you have a possessive, like Braids, you're not supposed to put this S here. It's just supposed to be an apostrophe. Yeah, an apostrophe. Unless I misunderstand something with proper names. That means plural. Oh. So when it's possessive, you put the S there. This is why I failed English in high school. I mean, I didn't fail, but... Yeah, Elspeth's Nightmare was obviously very good. The worst part about Elspeth's Nightmare is the first ability didn't always do something, but... Maybe you did better in French. I did not do better in French. But we also only had to take French for 1 year. I had to take English until grade 12. Braids is her name. I understand, but I always just assume that this S isn't supposed to be here. Anyways, give it a 1 out of 5. I gave it a 2 out of 5. I've changed my opinion. Choking Miasma. Is this Slimefoot? 3/1 double black. Kicker green. If the spell was kicked, put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. I think being possessive is kind of toxic. True. This card's good. I don't think it's amazing. The art's kind of sick. I don't think you're going to be kicking it on turn 4, and it matters that much, but whatever. Choking my ass, ma. I think it's fine. 2 out of 5. It'll see play. You tried learning another language? In Canada, we have to take French classes from grades 4 until 9. So I do know some French. No Slimefoot creature card. Maybe in the next set. Five mana. The Cruelty of Gix. Read ahead. Chapter 1. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a creature or planeswalker card from it. That player discards that card. Chapter 2. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then you shuffle. You lose 3 life. Chapter 3. Put target creature card from a graveyard on the battlefield under your control. The fact that it doesn't put creature or planeswalker is interesting. Because, like, you can take creature or planeswalker, but then it only returns creature. Five mana not interacting with the board is not great. I don't think this will see play in Pioneer. This might see play in Standard. The tutor effect is really nice. It is a bit of a liability against aggro decks. I think this card's good in control mirrors, whether it be mid-range control or traditional control. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5 because I can see spots where it's good, but I'm not convinced it is overly powerful enough. This feels worse than the Eldest Reborn. I'm not sure it is worse than the Eldest Reborn, which is what I was trying to think about. It's like the Eldest Reborn is bad if they have multiple creatures on the first chapter. This is also read ahead, so you get to choose where you start. If you're playing it on turn 5 and you're not under a lot of pressure, you just put it on chapter 1 and then you get all 3 things and it's just really good. 5 mana for a tutor isn't the worst, where you also get a creature out of it. But, like, yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, the Pillow Fortress. 5 mana reanimate is only good if you have something to reanimate. That's good. Yeah, I agree. That's why I think, like, all of these levels by themselves aren't great. The 3 of them together is fine. And I think if you put this into like a black-white X or a black-green X or a blue-black control deck, something in that range, this could be a decent, like, it's obviously just worse than like Elspeth Conquers Death. I'm unsure if it's worse than the Eldest Reborn. I do think both of them have different applications. And this could just be powerful based on the context of the format. But I'm not super impressed just looking at it right now. So I'm just going to give it a 2 out of 5. Cult Conscript. 1 mana, 2/1. Creature. Enters the battlefield tapped. 2 mana, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only if a non-skeleton creature died under your control this turn. So you can't return it off its own. This card sucks. It's not good. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine in Pioneer Mono Black. I don't think they need another 1 mana card that returns from the graveyard. I don't think that's going to swing that deck. The Flavor Text is cool. His Eternal Rest turned out to be more of a quick nap. Haha. This card might see standard play, but I'm not sure it's very good. I thought Savannah Lion got invalidated by fire long ago. Not exactly. And not in standard currently with everything changing. Sack fodder. This has to be just worse. Oh, I guess you don't have to attack. I'm not sure this is better than any of the other cards in Sacrifice, though. Like, there's always just an opportunity cost of putting this in your deck. And I'm not sure that this card is better than anything else. Not that you have, like, also repeatable mana sources to keep casting it. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5. I think there's probably application somewhere, but I don't think it's very good. Cut down. 1 mana, instant. Destroy target creature with total power and toughness 5 or less. I don't like this card. In any spot where Fatal Push is legal, this card is just worse than Fatal Push. So, Pioneer, Modern. It being a 1 mana removal spell for Standard is cool, considering that... what's the 1 mana, that thing that gives -4/-1 to... And then -4/-4 to white cards? Considering that card, I think, is rotating out. And so is Burning Hands. Ray of Enfeeblement, yeah. I think this card is a good replacement. I also think that if Fatal Push was printed in this format, just black removal would be a bit too strong. So I'm happy that this isn't like over push. I do think this card will see play in Standard. I don't think it'll see play in Modern. I think if somebody's playing it in Modern, they just don't know what's in the... Or, not Modern. Pioneer, they don't know what's in the format. Modern also, though. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. Just because, like, I don't think it actually kills anything that's good at all. Can't even kill DRC with this. Yeah, you also, like, you can't kill a 3/3 for 3. It's like you're killing... You have, like, what? Blood Chief Harvester... Or Bloodthirst Harvester. Some tokens. 2 out of 5? It's not good. Alright. Defiler of Flesh. Wow, look at this art. 4 mana for a 4/4. Okay. Menace. As an additional cost to cast a black permanent spell, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost black less to cast if you paid life this way. This effect reduces only the amount of black mana you pay. Reduces only the amount of black mana you pay. Okay, I read that right. So it makes spells that are black permanents cost up to 1 Phyrexian more. When you cast a black permanent spell, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains menace until end of turn. I don't like this card. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. I think there might be a mono black aggro deck with this little shit idiot. And I think, like, if you can cast this on 4 after casting this shit idiot and some other random idiots, like this maybe, and then give them menace and just, like, shove and, like, kill your opponent, it's good. Otherwise, like, it's not great. You gonna play the qualifiers this weekend? Probably not. Is it a single pip per card? I think it's only 1 per card. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, like, I could not play Liliana for 1 generic mana. If it was, like, I could play second Defiler for 2 mana, it would be broken. Every single version of these cards, like in each color, would be broken. I'm not changing anything from the deck list this weekend. I don't think there's much to change. I've written about, like, sideboard meta changes and what I would do in specific metas before. And I think, like, with the set coming out, there's not much. What if you have 2 in play? I think it's 2. Yeah, I think they affect the card single, like, individually. It replaces 1 instance, yeah. Yeah, I haven't, there's nothing changing really. As always, like, if you think you're going to play against something specific, you should change things yourself and, like, know what those changes are. But realistically, there's nothing drastically changing in red-black. You're very worried about Greasefang this weekend? I would consider playing more Noxious Grasps in your sideboard and maybe cutting the 1 Croxus from the main and playing a main deck Hearse, or cutting 2 Croxus from the main and playing 2 main deck Hearse and maybe a 3rd in the board. Or if you're just going to cut those 2 Croxes, you have room in your sideboard anyways with the Hearses, and just, like, play more Noxious Grasps. It's not, Greasefang isn't that bad to play against. I do think it is a bad matchup though, and I do think if you just want free win percentages against them, you can just, like, build your deck to beat exactly Greasefang. Obviously you lose percentage points other spots too, but, like, you can just do those things, right? Whatever. Does Greasefang get better with Liliana? I believe so. Yeah, it's only permanents. If it was just, if it was anything, it'd be a lot different. So, I'm giving this a 2 out of 5. I think it is good in exactly 1 spot. And that's about it. I don't think it's a good mid-range card. I don't think it's doing much. You're not sure. Should you play mono green ramp? What's the field going to be like in your opinion? I think there's going to be a lot more mono green ramp this weekend. I think for the most part, and I've said this before, like, mono green is just probably the most powerful deck in the format. So unless people are really trying to beat mono green and, like, bringing mono blue spirits or something, mono green's probably just your default most powerful best deck to play most weekends, unless you feel a lot comfortable with something else. And I think with a lot of people posting about mono green recently, people are just going to pick up on mono green and just jam it. Obviously, like, if they have less practice with mono green, it will be slightly better for you if you have a lot of practice with red black, but, like, in general, mono green is just more powerful. So if I was an average Magic player, I would just play the most powerful thing. Anyways, back to the black cards. 2 out of 5 for Defiler of Faith. Drag to the bottom. 4 mana, domain. Each creature gets -X until the end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of basic land types among the lands you control. I think this card is good. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. It's very reminiscent of Jhin's expertise. Obviously, you don't get to play another spell afterwards, but it could be slightly better. And with the triumphs being in standard, that's the word I was looking for. This is just sometimes Languish. And Languish was very playable in Constructed when it was legal in the format, minus, like, Siege Rhino. And I haven't seen a Siege Rhino yet. Not to mention, like, 4 mana for -4/-4 is just good. And, like, sometimes you can just not have it be 4 mana and maybe save some of your creatures. If I had 1K to spend on MTG, what new cards should you buy? You have duels already, right, Chris? Like, you probably have FBBs. Yeah. You probably have fetches, shocks. Do you have, like, cool basics? I mean, I don't think Shieldred is... Like, you can't have multiple Shieldreds, and, like, I don't think Shieldred's gonna warp the format. Like, Siege Rhino in that format and Shieldred in this format are drastically different cards. 1k on basics? Yeah, like, what do you have Gurus? Get Gurus. Or, like, Summer of Magics. I would probably buy sealed product if I already have duels and everything. Oh, 3 out of 5, by the way. I like just opening packs. Or you could buy, like, old school packs and, like, open them. Seventh edition foil pain lands. I have an Ice Age Sulphur Springs that I bought. And I actually really like it a lot. I think it's cool. I want to get 3 more. Eerie Soul Tender. 3 mana for a 3/1. When it ETBs, mill 3 cards. 5 mana, exile it from your graveyard, return another target creature card from your graveyard to hand. This card's not constructed playable. Probably pretty decent and limited. 0 out of 5. Do you think the Streets Triumphs will spike once Dom is released? I think they'll go up. I'm not sure if they'll spike. I think usually when you have lands in an older format in Standard that are no longer in print, they just go up because people will now want them more, or like people want to play Standard more, or they'll realize how good they are in Modern. So I think they will go up, but I don't know if they'll spike immediately. They'll probably just go up gradually. Maybe I should pay 1k to streamer to coach me in Pioneer Black Red Mid. Yeah, maybe. That's always an option too, if you have literally every other Magic card ever. 0 out of 5 on the Soul Tender. Evolved Sleeper. He do be sleeping though. 1 mana for a 1/1. 1 black. Evolved Sleeper becomes a human cleric with base power 2/2. If 2 mana. If Evolved Sleeper is a cleric, put a Death Touch counter on it, and it becomes a Phyrexian human cleric with base power and toughness 3/3. 3 mana. If Evolved Sleeper is a Phyrexian, put a 1/1 counter on it, then you draw a card and lose a life. I like this card a lot. I'm probably going to try it in red-black in Pioneer. I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. It might be trash. It might be really, 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 really bad. But I'm willing to believe that it's not. And I will play it in red-black for a bit. I'll try it. It's probably pretty good in Standard. It's its own engine. It's a mana sink. It is a threat. It does everything. It'll do your math homework. I don't know. 4 out of 5. Do you know any streamers who would accept 1k? I would. I would do that. Yeah. 100%. I would do that. Yeah, chat. Does anybody know any good red-black Pioneer streamers? We should all just, like, hype me up all the time, right? We should all just, like, talk about how great I am. Always. Every single day. Do you need to have Sleeper in play to draw after last ability? Yes, I do believe so. I'm not sure, though. Heard Arilax would be willing. I don't think Arilax would be willing. Any spikelings in chat? What makes me scared about Evolved Sleeper is that we don't usually have much leftover mana to use, right? I mean, it's not about having leftover mana. It's using your mana the best. And so there will be circumstances if making this where like making this a 3/3 is better than doing something else. So it'll use last known info. Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't think so, but that'll be 1k. I do think this card's good. Maybe I'm just very wrong about it, but I am excited to play with it. 4 out of 5. Extinguish the Light. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. If its mana value is 3 or less, you gain 3 life. It's like it's worse than Hero's Downfall. Is Hero's Downfall still in this format in Standard? This card is also just worse than Vraska's Contempt in Pioneer, and nobody's playing that card. The art's kind of sad. Yeah, so like, it's not good. 0 out of 5. Jai did not want to die, but for all the things to die for, Dominaria felt right. It's too bad. 0 to 5. Gibbering Barricade. Oh, another defender. Exactly what we needed. 3 mana for a 2/4. Sacrifice the creature, you gain a life and draw a card. 0 out of 5. Next. Knight of Dusk's Shadow. 2 mana for a 2/2 with Menace. Your opponents can't gain life. 2 mana. Knight of Dusk's Shadow gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I think this card's really good. I think this card will see play in Standard. I'm not sure it'll see play in Pioneer. I think if there's a mono black aggro deck and in Standard, and allowing your opponent to not gain life is very powerful, especially on a creature that pumps itself and is very, like, just good by itself, and it also has evasion for a 2/2. Like, I don't know what else you want out of a 2/2 for 2. This card just does everything. It's really good. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. White Black Knights in Standard. Yeah, I think that could be a realistic archetype. Liliana of the Veil. 3 mana for a Planeswalker with 3 loyalty. +1, each player discards a card. -2, target player sacrifices a creature. -6, separate all permanents target player controls into 2 piles. That player sacrifices all permanents in the pile of their choice. Yeah, did you not know that they reprinted Liliana, chat? Oh, you should. How do you think it will go in the red black? I don't think it will. I think it's just gonna stay in the trash. Especially if I can't get any OG Innistrad ones. Cause like, this art is sweet. I really like that she's wearing the chain veil and looking at herself in the mirror. I think that is really, really, really cool. Like, this art is great, but I want the original. Obviously this card's very good. I think it will make a splash in Pioneer. I'm thinking, based on the set, it will belong best in Greasefang. Greasefang having an alternate condition, not necessarily to win, but for resource denial, with Liliana the Veil plus Eska's Chariot is very powerful. It makes it harder for Greasefang hate to get through as consistently, and it also makes their deck just inherently more powerful because they have a good 3 mana spell. I do think it'll go in red black. I don't think it'll be a 4 of. I will play 4 at the start to see how it fits and see how it feels. I think there are spots where Liliana will be in the sideboard of red black. I think there are spots where it'll be in the main. I think there are spots where you want 2. I think there are spots where you want 3. I'm not sure about 4. Obviously this card is very good. I don't think it breaks anything. I do think it is exciting to have in the format. As for Standard, I mean, Kaido was harder to cast and might be less powerful than Liliana in Standard. I think realistically they are very similar. I think Liliana will see play in Standard. I don't think it'll be broken. I think there might be some matchups that revolve around having Lily on 3. I don't think there's going to be a lot of them, and I think the play pattern will be fine. Split between this and Graveyard Trespasser. We are not cutting Graveyard Trespasser. We are not cutting Graveyard Trespasser at all. I will cut Bone Crusher Giant before I cut Graveyard Trespasser. I will cut Chandra's before I cut Graveyard Trespasser. 5 out of 5. Liliana is my most excited, like the card I'm most excited about in the set. Competing slot with Nyxlis and Standard. I think Ob Nyxlis fills a very different role than Liliana in the Veil does, so I do not think they will be competing at all. 5 out of 5. Also, the art gets 4 out of 5. Monstrous War Leech. Ooh, look at this thing. 4 mana for a star, kicker blue. As Monstrous War Leech enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, mill 4 cards. Its power and toughness are each equal to the highest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Can we talk about the Liliana showcase art after this? Not constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Is the showcase art... The showcase art gets a 5 out of 5 also. But the original gets 6 out of 5. Would you say that someone going turn 1 elf into turn 2 Lily is something to be afraid of? No. What would you cut for it? Ribbons Dreadbore. I'm not cutting... Like, I don't have any ribbons in my main currently. I might cut a Dreadbore for it. Like I said, I think you only want to play 2 or 3. I will play 4 at the start. I think, realistically, right now, my cuts are 1 Kalitas, 2 Bone Crushers, and the Lava Coil. If I wanted to play 4. I think I'm going to, like, play 3. So I think, like, 1 Kalitas, 2 Bone Crusher. It's also possible that I cut the Lava Coil to Bone Crusher and leave the Kalitases. Or I just want, like, lower to the ground removal that's more effective. But, yeah. Phyrexian Rager. Good reprint. 3 mana 2/2. When it ETBs draw a card, you lose a life. Not going to see Pioneer play. Might see Standard play. It's unlikely. There's a lot better 3-drops. Unless there is a deck that can somehow abuse the 2/2 body, I don't think it's very good. Talking Explorer or Historic? Neither. Pioneer. Putting Sleepers too? Yeah, I'll probably play Sleepers at least a little bit at the start. I want to see how good that card is. I've never played Historic or Explorer. I don't know the context of those formats. I guess we're also talking Standard, but Phyrexian Vivisector. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever a creature you control dies, scry 1. Not constructed playable. Seems decent in limited. Before he was the father of machines, Yawgmoth was a twisted Thran physician, and his legacy of medical atrocities live on in New Phyrexia. Yeah, the moment they started printing only to arena cards, I stopped paying attention to arena formats because my brain no worky. Do not know what legal. Do not know what's nerfed. Do not match paper cards. Brain. 0 out of 5. Phyrexian Warhorse. 4 mana 3/3. Kicker 1 white. When it ETBs, if it was kicked, create a 1/1 white soldier token. You're just stopping the soldier? Sacrifice another creature for 1 generic. It gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Oh yeah, well, this card's probably fine and limited, but not constructed playable. Pilfer. This has the best art. It's not necessarily close. Best art in the set. 20 out of 5 for art. 2 mana. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards this card. Just another Duress alternate. This card will definitely see play in Standard. Probably won't see play in Pioneer. Probably won't see much play in Limited. I do really like this card in Standard. I'm giving it a 2 out of 5. Not super excited except for the art. Because, like, look at it. To the merchant, it was nothing more than a few missing trinkets. To Tiny Bones, it was the greatest heist of all time. What's the rating on that creature type? Phyrexian Horse? Ner. 9 out of 10. Ugh. The Raven Man. The 2/1 for 2. Legendary creature. At the beginning of each end step, if a player discarded a card this turn, create a 1/1 black bird creature token with flying, and this creature can't block. 4 mana tap. Each opponent discards a card. Activate only as a sorcery. I think this card sucks. If it wasn't legendary, I'd be really happy about it. I think it'd be a lot cooler if it wasn't legendary. I guess really happy is an overstatement. I think it's a 2 out of 5. Making a bird to put this card in your deck is such a cost. It'll see play in Standard. I don't think it'll be very good. People will try to play it in Pioneer. It will not be very good. It'll go into some Waste Not decks, whatever. It's getting a 2 out of 5. You're not considering the lore in your rating. Correct. I am not. Similar to Commander players' feelings, I do not care much about the lore for these ratings. That's so Raven. I'm having a flashback. Commander players. Any Commander players in chat? Sengir Connoisseur. Oh, we changed from just being a vampire to a connoisseur. 5 mana 3/3 with flying. Whenever one or more creatures die, put a 1/1 counter on Sengir Connoisseur. This ability only triggers once each turn. I mean, this card's good and limited, but not very constructive playable. 0 out of 5. Shadow Prophecy. 3 mana instant. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 2 life. I'm not sure there are many spots where an instant speed divination is, or an instant speed read the bones even, is good. But I'll give this a 1 out of 5. I don't think this card's very good. Yeah, it's worse than Memory Deluge. You reckon Shouldered might see a spot in Rakdos mid-range? No. I mean, somebody will play it. I don't think it's very good. It does nothing. I'm giving this a 1 out of 5. I'm willing to be wrong, but I don't think this card is... It's whatever. Shadow Rite Priest. A 2/2 for 2. Other clerics you control get +1/+1. 5 mana, sacrifice another cleric. Search your library for a black creature card, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle. Okay. Are there many clerics in this format? Wizard, horse, human. Good. If you're building Pio Naya domain deck, you ultimately have the black mana to refill. A lot of casting a card like this is not necessarily like, is drawing 2 cards good? Is, do I have time to draw them? Is those random 2 cards better than just casting a 3-drop on 3? And the majority of the time it's not. Especially when you have just like the premier black deck in the format just has a million 3-drops that are better than this card. Like, I just don't think this card's very good. I also don't think this card's very good. So I'll give it a 1 out of 5. Shieldred, the Apocalypse. 4 mana, 4/5. Legendary creature with Death Touch. Whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. Whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. I think this card sucks. 4 mana, 4/5. Not very impactful. Siege Rhino's just better. Death Touch is one of the worst random keywords you can throw on a creature. If it had lifelink, it would be like... It'd probably be pretty good. It wouldn't be better than Kalidas, which is like the spot it's currently fighting for. It doesn't draw you cards. It doesn't have lifelink, so you can't race with it. It doesn't... Like, it has a nice body in like a 4/5, but like whatever. You need to draw a card to gain life. I'm not impressed. Shouldered is nuts and limited. Yeah, definitely. But like most mythics just should be, right? You could say that. Jesus Christ. 1 out of 5. Shieldred's Restoration. 4 mana sorcery. Kicker, 2 and a white. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the spell was kicked, you gain life equal to that card's mana value. Otherwise, you lose that much life. Not constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Splatter Goblin. Well, that's a really cool name. So 2/1 for 2. When it dies, target creature and opponent controls gets -1/-1. I actually think this card's pretty good. It trades up. It combos with sacrifice synergies. It hits decent enough for 2 mana as a 2/1. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. More of a Mind Goblin man yourself? I'm more of a dragon guy. Stronghold Arena. 2 mana enchanty. It's 1 and a black. Kicker. Green and or white. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life for each time it was kicked. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, you may reveal the top card of your library and put it in your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. This card is just worse than Phyrexian Arena, I think. The mana value, you lose life, is really rough. If you're casting this on 2, I really hope you have a 1-drop. Or else it's not really doing anything on 2, and then you have to play something on 3 and attack with it on 4. Not very impactful. If you're kicking it, like, yeah, it's probably a bit better, but the kicker being green and or white, it just costs a lot. You also have to have creatures, and it only triggers once. Not super happy about it. 1 out of 5. Abzan. Yeah, no, it's Abzan colors. It must be good, right? Alright, 0. I give it a 1. I'll give it a 1. I don't think it really has any place. I think there are just better cards in the format. In Standard and in Pioneer. It's probably good in Limited, actually, but... First in Normal Strike? Yeah, give all my creatures Double Strike. Tattered Apparition. 4 mana, 2/2 with flying. 1 in a black, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Not constructed playable. Next. Toxic Abomination. 2 mana, 3/2. When it ETBs, you lose 3 life. I think this card will be played in Standard. Or lose, did I say 3 or 2? Lose 2 life. I think this is going to be like in a mono black aggro deck. I'm not sure if it's good. I think it'll see play. I think this is a 2 out of 5. I really like this card. I think it's sweet. I think 3/2 for a 2 mana body is pretty cool. Your name in college too? No, this was my name in public school. Your Shade tribal deck would disagree. Okay, well, I'm sure it would. What'd I say? 2 out of 5? 2 out of 5. Tribute to Urborg. 1 in a black, instant, kicker, 1 in a blue. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, that creature gets an additional -1/-1 for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. This card's really good. I'm gonna give this a 3 out of 5. I think this kind of makes blue-black control mildly playable in Standard. I think this card will not see play in Pioneer. I think there are many better removal spells in Pioneer. I think for Standard, this card fits the bill pretty well. I think it covers a lot of spots that aren't super covered right now in Standard, especially with the rotation going out. -X is like pretty important for Indestructible. And yeah, this could also kill more things than the other bad 1-mana removal spell does. But I think people will probably just play both. Die to cut down. True, this does die to cut down. 2 out of 5. Urborg Repossession. 1 for a sorcery, and kicker 1 in a green. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. You gain 2 life. If the spell was kicked, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I think this card's really good. I am unsure if it'll see any play in Standard. It might. It probably won't see any play in Pioneer. But I do think this card's really good. It is a common. It's reminiscent of what's it called? Find Finality. With only having the front side, but still, like I think this card's just very powerful. Yeah, you can play this. Get back your 3/2, lose the 2 life that you just gained again. Glowing Alien Mr. Bones. I'm giving this a 1 out of 5 because I don't think the power level's quite there, but I do think it's a good card. Writhing Necromass. 7 mana for a 5/5 zombie giant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Death Touch. I think this might be the best one we've seen so far. Or maybe the white one's better. I do think that like having a creature cost less, even if this card's 4 mana for a 5/5, you have to have 3 creatures in your graveyard. That's definitely possible on turn 4. It's also good as a 5 mana 5/5. It's also good as a 1 mana 5/5 really late. So I think this card's good. I'm only going to give it a 1 out of 5 because, like, at the end of the day, it still just dies to a random kill spell, but, you know, I like it. Dies to chill to the bone. I don't know what that is. Dies to bone splinters. It does die to bone splinters. Alright. Red. Balduvian Berserker. Berserker! 3 mana 1/3. Don't like those stats. Enlist. Ugh. When Balduvian Berserker dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. I think this card sucks. I'm giving it a 0 out of 5. I don't know if it would ever go in Pioneer or in Standard. Maybe it's good in Limited. Whatever. Destroy target non-snow creature. Okay, it does die to chill to the bone. Chaotic Transformation. 6 mana for a sorcery. It's a lot of words. Exile up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, up to 1 target planeswalker, and or up to 1 target land. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a card that shares a card type with it. Puts that card onto the battlefield, then shuffles. I'm not dealing with that. Coalition Warbrute. 4 mana 3/4 with Enlist and Trample. Also a 0 out of 5. This is a limited card. Alright, 4 mana 4/4 with First Strike. Defiler of Instinct. As an additional cost to cast red permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost 1 red less to cast if you paid life this way. This effect reduces only the amount of red mana you pay. Whenever you cast a red permanent spell, it deals 1 damage to any target. Phyrexian Kavu. I don't know. I don't think this card's very good. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5. It is decent for the red decks, but it not having evasion, it not drawing a card, it not being a dragon, like it's a Kavu. No. 1. Oh, speaking of dragons. Dragon Whelp. 4 mana 2/3 with flying. 1. It gets +1 so. If this ability has been activated 4 more times this turn, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so it has fire breathing, which is good, but it's not playable constructed. So 0. It's probably pretty good limited, but yeah. Anybody like dragons in chat? The Elder Dragon War. 4 mana for a saga. Read ahead. Chapter 1. The Elder Dragon War deals 2 damage to each creature and each opponent. Chapter 2. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. Chapter 3. Create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. I really like this card. I'm not sure if it'll see play in Pioneer. I do like it for Standard. This read ahead mechanic is pretty sick. I do like the second and third ability. The first ability is obviously very situational, and it has to have like a pretty big effect. It could do that, but like 4 mana for a 4/4 dragon with flying is fine. 4 mana for the discard a card and then a 4/4 is also fine. I'm gonna give this card a 2 out of 5. I'm not super high on it, but I do think it'll see some play in Standard. Can you start from black again? No, just watch the VOD. Just watch the VOD! Electrostatic Infantry. 2 mana for a 1/2 with trample. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a 1/1 counter on Electrostatic Infantry. This card looks really good. This is just better than Prowess, right? It's like the other dragon ability, but it has trample instead of flying and haste. Sprite Dragon. Yeah. I really like this card. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. I think it will see a lot of play in Standard. It might see play in Red-White Heroic. It is another card that doesn't need to be targeted with an ability in order to get value out of it. And so the White-Red Heroic decks can potentially play this over something. I'm not sure what it would be. I think they want some amount of 1-drops with Monastery Swiftspear. They want the double strike card. I don't know if they want the 2/2 with haste, but maybe they do. I do just think this card's very good, and I do think it is a consideration for White-Red Heroic. Another Dwarf for Magda. Also another Dwarf for Magda. I'm giving it a 3 out of 5. Fires of Victory. Probably slightly worse than Fires of Invention, but a different kind of fire. Is still a fire nonetheless. Hopefully this card isn't as dominant. Fires of Victory is 2 mana for an instant with kicker, 2 and a blue. If this spell was kicked, draw a card. Fires of Victory deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of cards in your hand. Okay. I like this card. I think it's really good in like a blue-red control deck. It's probably just better than Lightning Strike the majority of the time. And I think there are going to be quite a few blue-red spells decks that are just decent in this format. And I think that Fires of Victory is pretty good. Strike can go face, yeah, but Strike only does 3 damage. And Strike is much better in a burn deck, where just like striking your opponent when they're at 20 doesn't do anything. Fires of Victory killing a creature on like turn 3 or 4 is really important for control decks. And it hits Planeswalkers. If it could go face, it would just be Fireball. It would be broken, right? Obviously this card will never go face. I do really like this card. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. Because I do think it'll see a lot of play in Standard. I am not sure it'll see any play in Pioneer. I don't really think it fits many of the archetypes very well. And, yeah. So. 3 to 5. Flowstone Infusion. What the hell's going on here? 1 mana, target creature gets +2/+2, +2 -2 until end of turn. I don't think this card's constructor playable. I think it's good, but not constructor playable. I do like the flavor text, though. That's funny. 0 to 5. Flowstone Kavu. 3 mana for a 2/3 with Menace. Red. Flowstone Kavu gets +1 -1 until end of turn. Not constructed playable. 0 to 5. Furious Bellow. 2 mana for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Scry 1. Also not really constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Gitu Amplifier. 2 mana for a 1/2 kicker 3. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature and opponent controls to its owner's hand. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Okay. A little Kiln Fiend action. I like this card. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5. I think this is a card that goes right into the blue-red spells deck that I was just talking about above, and combos really well with the other dwarf, which I think is really good. So we'll take this as a 2 out of 5. Goblin Picker. 2 mana 2/2. 1 mana Rummage. Yeah, 0 out of 5. Next. Hammerhand. 1 mana for an aura. Enchant creature. When Hammerhand enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn. Enchant creature gets +1/+1 in haste. I do think this is playable. I do think it will see play. I do think that a lot of people will put this in a mono red aggro deck. I don't think it's very good. I think it is a 1 out of 5. But it reminds me of the cartouche, the red cartouche, which did see play in Standard. 1 out of 5. This plus Ornithopter. Yeah, that's the combo. Hurler Cyclops. What are we hurling? 5 mana for a 5/4. 1 generic. Sacrifice another creature, deals 1 damage to any target. Not constructed playable. Probably pretty good in limited. 0 out of 5. Heirloom Battle Hymn. 3 mana for an instant. Kicker white. Deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If this spell was kicked, you gain 4 life. It's pretty narrow. Probably 3 mana to deal 4. That doesn't go upstairs. No. 1 out of 5. Maybe it'll... Yeah, it's just like so much worse than War Leader's Helix, right? Because War Leader's Helix at least went upstairs. I don't know. I'm gonna give this a 1 out of 5, but maybe you'll see playing a standard deck. I'm not sure it will. Playable last time it was printed. Yes, I do think this card was playable. I don't think it was very good. There's definitely decks that played it that are like very low to the ground. Red aggro decks. Better, yeah, well that's why I think Helix was good, was because of red-white control. It allowed you to beat up on the aggro decks, and it allowed you to like close the game really fast if you needed to late game. Enthralled to the Pit. 4, kicker, 1 or 2 black. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If the spell is kicked, sacrifice that creature at the beginning of the next end step. It's just a threaten. Not constructed playable. I guess it might make it in some red sideboards, but I doubt it. 0 out of 5. To beat your Nykthos strategies. Jaya, Fiery Negotiator. 4 mana for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. +1, create a 1/1 monk with prowess. -1, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. You may play it this turn. -2, choose target creature and opponent controls whenever you attack this turn. Jaya, Fiery Negotiator, deals damage equal to the number of attacking creatures to that creature. -8. You get an emblem with whenever you cast a red instant or sorcery spell, copy it twice. You may choose new targets for the copy. This card's not as good as Chandra Torch of Defiance, that's for sure. It will see standard play. I think this card is a 2 out of 5. I think it is fine. I think it's powerful. I don't think it'll see play in Pioneer. I think it'll see play in Standard. And that's about it. -20 versus red-black. It's not that bad. They could have juiced up Jaya before killing her off. Yeah, they could have given her like another activated ability. At least. Jaya's Fire Nado. 5 mana for a sorcery. Fire Nado deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Scry 1. Not constructed playable. The art is really cool though. This art is so sweet. 0 out of 5. Keldon Flame Sage. 3 mana for a 2/3 with Enlist. When Flame Sage attacks, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is its power. You may exile an instant or sorcery with mana value X or less from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the Enlist card, exiled card without paying its mana cost. Like a 1 out of 5. It's not very good. I think Bone Splinters might be better than this, but this card's definitely sweet. For every Jeremy Wilson artwork? Oh, I don't know the artists. I just think the art looks cool. Maybe I will marry him. And then he can draw art about me. 1 out of 5. Keldon Strike Team. 3 mana for a 3/1 with kicker, 1 and a white. When Strike Team enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Okay. As long as it enters the battlefield this turn, creatures you control have haste. Oh, this card's actually really good. I think this card will see constructed play in Standard. 1 Yeah, I think there's a red-white deck. I mean, there already is a red-white deck, but... I'm giving this a 2 out of 5. I like this card. I think it's good. Discard to hit land, give it haste. Huh. We're smashing. Lightning Strike. It's Lightning Strike. Just good removal, 4 out of 5. I don't think, yeah, this card's really good. Obviously, it's one of the best removal spells in Standard. It'll definitely see play in Standard. Won't do anything in Pioneer. That's okay. Maria's Outrider. 5 mana for a 4/4 with Reach. Domain. When it ETBs, deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of basic lands among lands you control. 0 out of 5. Probably won't see any play in either constructed format. It's probably pretty decent in limited, though. Molten Monstrosity. 8 mana for a 5/5. Costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Trample. I'm sure there's a spot where this is costs 4 mana, and I'm sure it's still not very good. I'll give it a 1 out of 5 because maybe there's a chance in the Prowess deck you can make your Prowess idiots big and shove with this and just play it for like 2 mana, but even then, whatever. So I'll give it a 1 out of 5. Phoenix Chick. 1 mana for a 1/1 with flying haste. It can't block. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you may pay double red. If you do, return Phoenix Chick from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking with a 1/1 counter on it. I think this card's good. I think it is probably a 3 out of 5. I don't think it is broken. I think it is just good. It's only ever really going to be a 2/2 with flying and haste, which is fine when it has evasion. Yeah, just a good card. Just good. Recurs, attacks, does everything. Can't block, so you can't make the mistake of trying to leave it back. 3 out of 5. Radha's Firebrand. 2 mana for a 3/1. Whenever Radha's Firebrand attacks, target creature defender player controls with power less than Radha's Firebrand. Power can't block this turn. Domain 6. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each basic land type of land you control. Activate only once each turn. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5 also. I think this card's good. I think this card will see play in Standard. I don't think it'll see play in Pioneer. I think these two will probably make a pretty decent red deck. Runvelt Horde Master. 2 mana for a 1/1. Goblin Warrior. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. Whenever Horde Master or another goblin you control dies, exile the top card of your library. If it's a goblin creature card, you may cast it that turn. You may cast that card until end of your next turn. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. I don't think there are enough goblins in Standard, but this probably makes Goblin Tribal a thing in Pioneer. Modern playable. I'm not sure it does much in Modern because the Goblins deck in Modern is combo based with Kiki Jiki. So like this card just being a random grind engine isn't super effective. Especially when like the deck like has to play like specific cards to do specific things. Maybe it's modern playable out of the board against grindy decks, but like with Ringleader, like I'm not really sure you need it. I do think it'll be good in Pioneer. It also makes every single goblin printed from now on very good. It allows you to have a decent game plan against the control and mid-range decks of the format. I think it's just good. It's not legendary. You can play multiple of them. So, we're giving it a 3 out of 5. Meaningful upgrade cards. I think the Elf Lord gives the most meaningful upgrade. I think that card allows you to, like, Cloudstone Curio obviously gets better. But I think it allows you to like, just play the Elf deck a lot easier. Buy Plague Engineer. Yeah. Guess so. Shivan Devastator. X red. Flying Haste. Shivan Devastator enters the battlefield with X 1/1 counters on it. I mean, this card is just good. I'm going to give this a 4 out of 5. I think it might be the best red card in the set. I think that this is going to see a lot of standard play. I think that there's not a lot of good removal for this card in standard. The 1 mana black removal isn't that great. There's like a couple Doomblades or whatever, but like whatever. You probably have to waste them on other things. This might see play in Pioneer, but it's doubtful that it fills a role that isn't already filled by many other cards in the format. But it's possible. I'm giving it a 4 out of 5 just because it's probably going to be good in standard. Necropotence. Ugh. This in format with push seems sketchy. Definitely. Definitely that's true. Smash to Dust. 2 mana, sorcery. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target creature with defender. Or Smash to Dust deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. This will see play in some sideboards if the mono white tokens deck is a thing. But that's about it. 1 out of 5. Crazy Good and Pauper. Really? Alright. Legacy Delver sideboard. I do not think this is better than End the Festivities or Rough Tumble. Yeah. Sprouting Goblin. 2 mana for a 2/2. Kicker green. When it ETBs, if it was kicked, search your library for a land card with a basic land type, reveal and put it in your hand, then shuffle. Has red, sacrifice a land, draw a card. Card kind of sucks. Not very good. Cool card. Not amazing. 1 out of 5. Nobody's playing that wall anymore, though. This card is Borderland Ranger with so much text. I don't know if Borderland Ranger's good, though. Yeah, I don't think Borderland Ranger's a playable constructed Magic card. And I don't think this is a 2/2 for 2 is good either. I'll give it a 1 out of 5. I think I did that. Squee. Oh, Squeeze the Nut, dude. 3 mana, 2/2. Haste. Whenever Squee attacks, create a 1/1 goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking. You may cast Squee from your graveyard by paying 4 and exiling 4 other cards from your graveyard rather than paying its mana cost. I think this is the second best red card other than the dragon. I think it might also be the first. It's close. Squee is going to see play in Pioneer. I know the other goblins don't. But I think with Squee just having 8 of them, people will just start doing the thing of putting the goblins into play. I think this card's pretty good in standard. Yeah, I think it's just a good card. 4 out of 5. I like it. etc. Go for red black. I don't think this card goes in red black at all. So 4 to 5. Temporal Firestorm, 5 mana, sorcery. Kicker, 1 in a white, and 1 in a blue. Choose up to X creatures and X planeswalkers you control, where X is the number of times the spell was kicked. Those permanents phase out. Temporal Firestorm deals 5 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. It's just worse than Hour of Devastation. I guess it's slightly better because you can kick it. I mean, it's going to be playable in Standard. I don't think it changes anything in Pioneer. I'm going to give this a 2 out of 5. Maybe there's a Jeskai deck that plays it. I doubt it. Just like another Hour of Devastation. Burn down their house. Yeah, it's another burn down the house. Whatever. I think burn down sees more play. Burn down is still legal. Yeah. This might be slightly better because of the kicker, but same thing, I guess. 1 out of 5. Thrill of Possibility, another nice little little reprint. Little reference to Asmo. This might see constructed play in Standard. I don't think it sees any play in Pioneer. We'll give it a 1 out of 5. Next. The kickers are blue and white effectively, yes. No. This you choose, you don't target. Twinferno, 2 mana, instant. Whenever you cast your next instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell, you may choose new targets. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. This card is going to be very good in the red aggro prowess deck. I don't think it'll go anywhere else. I'm going to give this a 1 out of 5. No, I'll give it a 2 out of 5. I actually think this card will see quite a bit of play in Standard. In the aggro deck. The prowess deck, but not much anywhere else. It might... I don't think it'll see play in Heroic and Pioneer. Maybe. I don't think so, though. Cool art, though. Viashino Branch Rider. A 1/1 for 1 with haste. Kicker, 2 and a green. If it was kicked, it comes into battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it. And then it has +2/+0 for 2 and a red. I do think this card will see play. I don't think it's very good. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5. The kicker needing to be green is very restrictive, obviously. I'm not sure if I've seen many green-red aggro cards. There have been like a couple green or red-blue ones, which I would like. I think this would go better into, but whatever. 1 out of 5. War Host's Frenzy. 3 mana for an instant, kicker black. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, whenever a creature you control dies, this turn draw a card. I think if there is if the red deck is good at going wide, I think this card's good, but having an Anthem effect that causes your creatures to like need to be ran in to die makes it hard for you to have a good follow-up afterwards. So I'm not actually sure if this card will see much play, but it's interesting. I think it's a 1 out of 5. Yeah, this card's good for limited, 100%. Yavimaya Steel Crusher. 2/2 for 2 with Enlist. 1, sacrifice it, destroy target artifact. This card will see standard play. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. It goes right into the red deck. Destroys target artifact. Has enlist. Little ape warrior. Cool. Yotia declares war. 2 mana enchanty with read ahead. Chapter 1, create a 0/2 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying named Ornithopter. Chapter 2, tap any number of untapped artifacts you control. When you do, this card deals that much damage to target creature or planeswalker. Chapter 3, up to 1 target artifact you control becomes a creature with base power and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. I think this card sucks. You make an Ornithopter, whatever, it deals 1 damage to something without other artifacts, whatever. It makes your creature a 4/4 for a turn, whatever. Not that good, not super impactful. 0 out of 5. Alright, next up we got green. Barkweave Crusher. 4 mana for a 2/5 with an enlist, not constructed playable, 0 out of 5. Bite Down. Instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. This card's going to see constructed play. 2 out of 5. It'll just go in the green deck. Bog Badger. 3 mana for a 3/3 with kicker black. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. This card's also kind of sick. It's no Jewel Thief, but it has a really good rate, and it just gives your creatures evasion some amount of the time. I'm going to give this one also a 2 out of 5. I really like this card. Broken Wings. Again, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. It's really good for 3 mana. Good sideboard card. 1 out of 5, just because, like, it's not going to see much play in Pioneer, but it will see play in Standard. Colossal Growth. 2 mana for an instant, kicker red. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, instead that creature gets +4/+4 and gains trample and haste. I mean, yeah, whatever. Not really too good in constructed, I think. Probably too restrictive to play in the good spells deck. 0 out of 5. Deathbloom Gardener. 1 mana, or 3 mana for a 1/1 with Death Touch, and tapped at any color of mana. Also not very good. It's 0 out of 5. How many of the Defilers seem playable? No? The black one might see play if there's a black, like, aggro deck, but I don't think it's very good. Defiler of Vigor. 5 mana for a 6/6 with trample. As an additional cost to cast a green permanent, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost 1 green less to cast if you paid life this way. This effect only reduces the amount of green mana. Whenever you cast a green permanent spell, put a 1/1 creature on counter on each creature you control. Okay, this one's pretty good. I think this card will definitely see standard play. And I definitely think that this one is the best of all of them. I don't really have any thoughts other than that. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. Elfheim Worm. Elfheim Worm? 5 mana for a 5/4 with Vigilance and Trample, not constructed playable. Can you only pay 2 life 1 time? Yes, you can only pay 2 life 1 time, as far as I know. Elvis Hydromancer. 3 mana for a 3/2 with kicker, 3 and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Not constructed playable. Probably pretty good limited. 0 out of 5. Floriferous Vine Wall. 2 mana for an 0/2. When it ETBs, look at the top 6. You may reveal a land card from among them, put it in your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. This card's so close. Like, it's probably really hard for you to miss on top 6, right? But, like, it's no Rampant Growth or Battlement. This card will definitely see play. I think it's a 2 out of 5. I think I'm willing to believe that this card could be good. Or at least, like, playable in Standard. This card will not go anywhere near Modern, and probably won't be playable in Pioneer. There's probably like 5 or 6 cards that are good for Pioneer, and that's about it. Nothing too crazy. I'm giving this a 2 out of 5. Gaia's Might. 1 mana, domain. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each basic land among types you control. Not really constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Herd Migration. 7 mana, domain. Create a 3/3 green beast creature token for each basic land type among lands you control. 2 mana, discard it. Search your library for a basic land, reveal, and put it in your hand. Then shuffle, you gain 3 life. Oh, I really like this card. I'm going to give this a 2 out of 5. I think it's good. Guys might not playable in Pioneer from all the Shocklands. No. There's not a deck that wants this. There's also not a deck that, like, Heroic can play pump spells, but this card's not going in Heroic because they have, like, God's Willing. It's just, like, not worth putting in your deck. I think if this card's just never playable in Pioneer. I don't think this card's playable in Standard. The Merfolk Lord, the Elf Lord is really modern playable. 7 mana, 5/3/3s. A lot of it has to do with, like, it's not quite a Rampant Growth, but it finds you a land. This card, going in like some, like, you can play this on turn 10. If you just play like a grindy green deck with this card, it's probably like a decent win condition. I really like this card. I think it's like a 2 out of 5. You don't even need to be like, I need 5 out of 5s, Liliana. It's not a ramp. It doesn't ramp you. It puts it into your hand. But it's good against aggro. It gains you 3 life. It lets you hit your mana. It's just, like, also fine, right? I think, like, I would play it more to, like, search for a land and be an endgame thing. I'm not playing 4 of this card, I think, if you're playing it. I think you would play, like, maybe 1 or 2, and it would be, like, in a deck that can play a lot of land types with triumphs and shit. But I like it. I think it's a 2 out of 5. It might be worse than the Growth Spiral in the format. It probably is just worse than the Growth Spiral in the format, but I do think it is decent. Does it enable you to play less lands? I think in a deck like that, you wouldn't want to play less lands, though. So it could. It's not like Aether, the one that gives you 2 energy, or Lay of the Land or anything, but... Hexbane Tortoise. 3 mana for a 3/2 with Ward 2 Enlist. Not constructed playable. Leaf Crown Visionary. 2 green for a 1/1. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay green. If you do, draw a card. I think this card is really, 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 really good. This card could make elves in Pioneer the best creature deck. I think this card goes right into Modern Elves. I think this card's just really good. It's a Lord plus it's a draw effect. It makes every single one of your card Elvish Visionary. I just think this card's like really good. I'm giving it a 4 out of 5, and I'm really happy about it. Is this card playable in Legacy Elves? I mean, maybe, but you already have Glimpse, so you don't really need it. How's the Green Defiler? I think the Green Defiler is good. I think it's the best Defiler. The fact that there's no glimpse of nature in Modern makes this card really good, I think. Or better than it would be. Yeah, being a cast trigger is sick. Not an ETB. Line Breaker Baloth. 5 mana for a 4/5 enlist. Can't be blocked. This card is not constructed playable. Next, Llanowar Green Widow. 3 mana for a 4/3 with reach and trample. Domain 8. Return it from the graveyard to the battlefield. It gains if this permanent would leave the battlefield, exile instead of putting it anywhere. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each basic land type among lands you control. I think this is fine. If it wasn't tapped, it'd be obviously much better. I'm not sure this is going to see much play in Standard. It will not see much play in Pioneer. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5. Really good limited. Llanowar Loam Speaker. 2 mana for a 1/3. Add 1 mana of any color. Target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with haste until end of turn. It's still land. Activate only as a sorcery. This card's really good. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. A mana dork that is hard to kill as a 1/3. It blocks well. It makes other threats. Only as a sorcery though, so you can't really block. It's still just pretty good. I think this card is good for this format, or this set. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. You can return it at instant speed. How the fuck are we even going to get Domain in Standard? It's just going to be Trial mana-based mid-range that plays from 1 turn behind. I mean, like, yeah. But, like, Standard isn't as punishing as other formats. So, like, you can afford to do that. Also, like, you don't have to cast those cards on spell, on curve. So, like, if you're, let's say you're playing white-black, and you have one of each of the triomes that have the additional mana value in them, you can just, like, put those into play, right? They're kind of free as tap lands if the format's not super fast. So, 3 out of 5. Llanowar Stalker. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Whatever. Not great in constructed. I'm going to give it a 0 out of 5. Magna Goth Center. I do love Goths. A 4/4 for 4 with reach? A 4/4 for 4 with reach? Not constructed playable. Sick card, though. 0 out of 5. Mossbeard Ancient. 7 mana, 7/7. When it ETBs, you gain 5 life. Not constructed playable. Cool card, though. Goth at home. Blocks Goldspan. That's true. Neshoba Brawler. 2 mana, star 3. Its power is equal to the number of basic land among lands you control. I think it's going to be really hard for this card to be good. It might make Domain aggro in Pioneer possible, although I'm not hopeful for that idea. So I will give it a 1 out of 5. If it ever is a 5/3 on turn 3 and the mana isn't atrocious in Pioneer, I think this card could be good, but I think that's a hard ask. Otherwise, it is just like usually a 2-3 for 2 or a 3-3 for 2, which is fine. But, yeah. Maybe Domain Zoo becomes a thing in Pioneer with this card being printed. What did I give it? 2 out of 5? 2 out of 5 is fine. Quirion Beastcaller. 2 mana for a 2-2. Okay. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a 1-1 counter on it. When it dies, distribute X 1-1 counters among any number of target creatures you control, or X is number of 1-1 counters on Beastcaller. Yeah, this card's good. This card will definitely see play in Standard. I don't think this card's really good anywhere in Pioneer. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. I think this card has a lot of upside. But yeah. It's not good against Wraths. It's not good against early spot removal. It is just a 2-2 for 2. You need to cast other creature spells to make it good, etc. Will this thing fit in modern scales? Probably not. Probably not. It is way too cost restrictive. Like, green mana is not easy to cast in scales. Also, it has to die. It doesn't actually have modular, so it's not really great. You kind of have to have a bunch of other creatures. So, yeah. Scout the Wilderness. 3 mana. Kicker, 1 and a white. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Put it on the battlefield tapped. If the spell was kicked, create 2/1/1 white soldier creature tokens. So it's like a rampant growth. I guess you can grab Triumphs with this. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Not super impressed. I guess there will probably be a five color ramp deck with Scout in it. You can't grab Triumph? Oh, basic land card, not a land card. Okay, never mind. Not very good. Not Triumph. Not basic land type, basic land card. Yeah, okay. Significantly different. Right. Okay, not very good then. Maybe a deck will play it. I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5. Silverback Elder. This card's sick. Now this card is like... if it had Ward, obviously it'd be a lot better, but... A 5 mana 5/7. Destroy... Whenever you cast a creature spell, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Or look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Or you gain 4 life. I guess it's not as good as I thought it was. I thought it was any spell. It's creature spell. I think this card might just be worse than the 7-drop from the last set. The other green mythic. It being a 5/7 for 5 is a big body, though. But, dies to Doomblade. That's any land. Rather play Rhino for 5. Yeah. Or the 6/6, make your green spells cost for Phyrexian. I'm sure this card will see play, but the more I look at it, I don't think it's that good. It is a nice Ape Shaman, though. You're getting a 2 out of 5. Slimefoot Survey. 5 mana. Domain. I'm not reading all this. No, we're not reading this. It's not, this is a commander card. 0 out of 5. Snare Spinner. 2 mana for a 1/3. Whenever it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This card's good in the sideboard against like a blue Flyers deck. So I'll give it a 1 out of 5. It'll definitely see. There's not a new sign put, no. It'll definitely see some sideboard play. Yeah, this card is fine if casting double Rampant Growth on 5 mana is good. I'm not sure there are many spots where it is. Yeah, this is a reprint. It also is going to be probably in some sideboards over the next years of this sec being in standard. Strength of the Coalition. Oh, there's a Lyra in the background. 1 green, instant, kicker, 2 and a white. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If the spell is kicked, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I think this card's good. I think if there's a green-white tokens or green-white creature deck, this card is going to be in it. I don't think it'll be in a lot. I think it'll be like a 1 or 2 of, but it will be very good. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5 because I'm very hopeful that it does actually do something. But its power level is kind of relatively low, I guess. It requires a lot. There's also a chance... I guess... This is not very good in Pioneer at all. I was going to say there's probably going to be a white tokens deck in Standard. I'm not sure if they will splash green for any sort of Lord or anything, but... I think this card's going to see some play in Standard. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. Hour of Promise was playable. Yeah, but Hour of Promise was also like a different format, right? Like your payoffs were Ulamog. There's no like colorless Ulamog in this format. Sunbathing Rootwalla, 2/2 for 2. Domain, 4 mana. Until end of turn, it gets +1/+1 for each basic land types. Activate only once each turn. Again, if there's a Zoo Domain deck, this card might see play, but it's unlikely. 0 out of 5. They can play green for a Johnny. I'm more worried about there being enough green or white cards that make like tokens consistently. But yeah. There are dinosaurs on Dominaria? Interesting. Tail Swipe. 1 green, instant. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you cast a spell during your main phase, the creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Then those creatures fight each other. This card is going to see constructed play. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. It's probably only going to be out in the green deck. It is a decent card. I like it. Those writings are standard meta-based, mostly. There's not a lot of Pioneer things in this format, or Modern, at all, really. I don't think there's a single card in this format where I'm like, this card's going into Modern, other than like the Elf Lord. And maybe, I don't think the Merfolk Lord's going to do much. Is this better than 2 mana Bite? Yes. Yes, it is. It being 1 mana is very important. I think. I would believe so. But I could be wrong about that, but I do think 1 mana to 2 mana is a big change in decks that want to fight creatures. So I'm going to give this a 2 out of 5. Terra Sunder, 2 mana, kicker, 1 and a black. Exile target artifact or enchantment. If the spell was kicked, exile target non-land permanent instead. Yeah, I mean, this card's also just very good. It's random, disenchant that also is sometimes just Vraska's Contempt for anything. I think this card could see main deck play. There are a lot of artifacts in the format. There are a lot of enchantments, and it just being 4 mana, exile target non-land permanent is good. Like Eska's Chariot's rotating, but we still have Fable. We still have Wedding Announcement, etc. And then in Pioneer, you have a lot of artifacts or enchantments that are good. It definitely will go on the sideboard of some green decks. Trying to think. It's fine against mono green. You can like answer Planeswalkers late. You can hit Karn grabs. You can hit Wolfwillow Havens. It's just like one of the best disenchants or naturalizes that have been printed in a while. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. I really like this card. Territorial Morrow. I thought Morrow was supposed to be a legendary creature. Whatever. 5 mana for a star equal to the number of twice the number of basic land types you control. Not really constructed playable. 0 out of 5. They are a species. Oh. Whatever, I thought it was a legendary creature. Whatever. Threats Undetected. 3 mana for a sorcery. Search your library for up to 4 creature cards with different powers and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Shuffle those chosen cards into your library and put the rest into your hand. I can't imagine this card's good. Great commander card. The commander players are loving this. A 1 of in Tron? No, definitely not. This card is... There's got to be better cards for Tron than Threats Undetected. I don't think this card's playable. At all. Rate Art. Art's really sick. Ancient Stirring 100% is better than this in Tron, and it's not close. I don't think this card is playable in any constructed format other than Commander. If you're spending 3 mana to go grab an Ulamog or whatever, and you're not dead, or the game isn't over already, it just doesn't matter, right? Yeah, this being a sorcery is a big thing too. Big thing. I'll give it a 1 out of 5 for the commander players. Oh, Murmur. 2 mana for a star, 1+ star. Kicker, blue, and or black. When Murmur enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards for each time it was kicked. Murmur's power is equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard, and its toughness equal to that number +1. I think this card would go into a green-black deck. I don't think it's very good. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. The set symbol? I don't know. Don't want to throw you off. I'm trying to think about like set symbols, and I'm like, I've never thought about set symbol in my life, how it looks at all. And I'm like, the one thing I don't like about the set symbol, it looks a lot like the Phyrexian versus Coalition duel decks from like 10 years ago. And so I think all of these cards are from like the Phyrexian Coalition duel decks. Rate all set symbols now. After I do all the cards in Commander. This Goyf is a sleeper for sure. Okay. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. Vine Shaper Prodigy. 2 mana for a 2/2 with kicker 1 blue. If it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one in your hand and the rest in your bottom in any order. This card sucks. Not constructed playable. 0 out of 5. Ooh, some Sagas. The Weatherseed Treaty. 3 mana for Read Ahead, an enchantee. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the play tapped, then shuffle. Chapter 2. Create a 1/1 green sapling creature token. Okay? Domain. Target creature you control gets +X/+X and gains trample until end of turn, where X is the number of basic. Okay. 3 mana for. I don't think this card's good. 3 mana for a Rampant Growth is not good. 3 mana for a Sapling is not good. This card might see some play. I don't think it will. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. It is, yeah, a much worse Cultivate. Should they have reprinted Real Goyf instead? No, they should not have. Not only in Standard, in Pioneer also. It would have just been, like, ridiculous. The World Spell. 7 mana for an enchantee, Read Ahead. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-saga permanent card from among them and put them in your hand. The rest in the bottom of your library in any order. That's Chapter 1 and 2. Chapter 3, put up to 2 non-saga permanent cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Not really constructed playable. Probably really good in Commander. 1 out of 5. Maybe it's actually playable in Pioneer or something. I don't know. Much worth Tooth and Nail. I forgot Tooth and Nail was a card. That's true. It is a really bad Tooth and Nail. Yavimaya Iconoclast. 2 mana for a 3/2 with kicker, 1 red, trample. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it gets +1/+1 and haste until end of turn. This card's so sick. This card's really good. I'm giving this a 3 out of 5. This card's really, really, really good. If there's a red-green aggro deck, this is playing it. I could see there being a red-green aggro deck. I think this card's really good. 3 out of 5. Yavimaya Sojourner. Oh, this is just the cycle. 8 mana for a 4/6. It costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type you control. Not very good. 0 out of 5. Multicolor. A Johnny Sleeper Agent. It's 1 green, white, and Phyrexian green-white. It has completed. Phyrexian green-white can be played with green, white, or 2 life. If life was paid, this planeswalker enters the battlefield with 2 fewer loyalty counters. So it normally starts on 4. +1, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature or planeswalker card, put it in your hand. Otherwise, you may put it on the bottom of your library. -3, distribute 3 1/1 counters among 3 target creatures. They gain vigilance until end of turn. -6, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, target opponent gains 2 poison counters. I'll probably give this a 3 out of 5. It being a 3 mana planeswalker, or can be a 3 mana planeswalker, is not nothing. I don't think it's going to impact Pioneer that much though. It not impacting the board on turn 3 is a big. There's already like a lot of token makers on 3 mana that are just better than this, and it's really bad to play it into a board with a creature in it already. On 4 mana, making your creatures bigger in a token deck is good, but also a little slow on the play and or on the draw. I think it'll see play in Standard. I think it'll be good in Standard. I do not think it'll be good in Pioneer at all. Lots of sleepers in this set, yeah. Is this like a cat base? No, it's a sleeper agent. Get it? I'm giving it a 3 out of 5. Oh, don't do that. Aaron Bonalia's Ruin. Double white black for a 3/3 menace. Sacrifice another creature. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. It might see playing like a white black tokens deck, but I don't think it's very good. I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 5. Can you give us the next $2 card that will be as good as Ledger Shredder? Thanks. I don't think there's a card in this set that's like that. My bad. Astor, Bearer of Blades. 4/4 for 4. Little special at Wendy's. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal an equipment or vehicle from among them and put that card in your hand, with the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Equipment you control have Equip 1. Vehicles you control have Crew 1. This card's not bad for Standard. I don't think it's very good for Pioneer. It's really good for Commander, for all you Commander players out there. Probably not very good in general. 1 out of 5. I wish I knew how to pronounce your name, but thank you for resubscribing for 5 months. And thank you for joining the Misplaced... Can you guys hear that? Misplaced stream. Tanned Asian. I appreciate it. Strategist? Oh wait, you mean the other name? Yeah, yes. That, I don't know what that was. I think it was a dirt bike. There's a trail behind my house. Is there a competitive Commander format you should stream and have opinions on? No. I'm giving this 1 out of 5. Baird, Argivian Recruiter. 2/2 for 2. At the beginning of your end step, you control a creature with power greater than its base power. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. I think this card's good as a 2/2 for 2. But the actual ability doesn't matter that much. Like, making a 1/1 soldier every turn is whatever. I think this card isn't very good. It's really hard to cast. I'm giving it a 1 out of 5. My favorite new card so far, I really like... I have a little list here. Liliana is obviously very good. Leyline Binding. And Joint Exploration. Balmor Battle Mage Captain. Red, blue for a 1/3, flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. I think this card's very good. I think this card is going to see play in Is It Prowess in Pioneer. It is a 1/3, so it's hard to kill. Harder to kill than normal. I think it's not hard to cast out of that deck. I think that there are a lot of... like, the creatures aren't very good by themselves, so you might as well just have another good card with it. I'm not sure it's going to be good in Standard. It might be, but it's... I think this is definitely going to see some play in Prowess and Pioneer. Pioneer Tier 1 deck predictions. They're probably going to be the exact same they are now. I don't think much is going to change. Red-Black might get a bit better. I think Greasefang might get a bit better too, but not drastically to the point where, like, things change a lot. Bortuk? Okay, this card's getting a 3 out of 5. I really like this card, and I think it's pretty good. Might even get a 4 out of 5. I think this is one of the cards where I think its lowest is a 3 out of 5, and its highest might be a 4 out of 5. Bortuk, Bone Rattle. 6 mana for a 4/4 with Domain. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose target creature card in your graveyard. Return that card to the battlefield if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of basic land types of mana land you control. Otherwise, put it into your hand. What are you talking about? This goes right into Nick Fit. Every Nick Fit player in the world is going to put this in their deck. It's obviously legacy playable. Duh. Yeah, the fact you have to cast it is pretty unreal. Can't green sunset? Who cares? It's a troll shaman. What do you care? Just fucking cast it. Get it together. 0 out of 5. This card's unplayable. Alas, Ilkor, Sadistic Pilgrim. Need me a freak like that. 1 white, 1 black, 2/2. Death Touch. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. All will bow to the Whispering One. I think this card's pretty good. I do not think it is going to break anything or break a format open. I just think it's going to be a good inclusion in a random standard deck. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. Why are you complaining? Just cast it. Let Knight of Autumn won the last 2 legacy mocks in a row. It's a cleric. It is a cleric. You can sacrifice it to grab a phage. Green Sun Zenith is kind of broken. 2 out of 5. I said that already, right? Yep. Urtai Resurrected. I didn't know Urtai died. 4 mana for a 3/2 flash. When it ETBs, choose 1. Counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. Its controller draws a card. Destroy another target creature or planeswalker. Its controller draws a card. I think this card is very good. I think this card will see a lot of play. Well, I guess not a lot of play. I think it'll see play in Pioneer. The draw card is pretty negligible if you're dealing with something like... I'm not sure what activated ability, triggered ability is really relevant. Maybe a Fable flipping or something. Squee accidentally killed Urtai? Oh, that's too bad. Also, like, destroying a creature or a planeswalker and getting a creature out of it is fine. Just making them draw a card, you're basically still at parity because you have a 3/2. I think this card's pretty good. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5 because its mana cost is still pretty restrictive. But I do think this card's good. Counter Storm the Festival. It does counter Storm the Festival. You don't really care if they draw a card if you just counter the Storm, right? These for Constructor are limited. We do not review limited on this stream. I think reviewing limited is normally pretty silly. Unless you're like a limited only gamer. And it's mostly standard and Pioneer. Talking about Modern also. I don't think there's many cards in this set that are good for Modern. Garna. Or did I give it this? I think I'm giving this a 3. It's getting a 3. Garna, Blood Fist of Keld. 4 mana, 1 black, red for a 4/3. Whenever another creature you control dies, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, Garna deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this was just like Midnight Rider or Midnight Reaper, with the draw ability and it dealt 1 damage, it'd be pretty good. I think it is not very good because of that. It might see play in Standard, but not super impressed. I think I give it a 1 out of 5. Doesn't have flash. Actually reviewing limited. Alright, yeah, 1 out of 5. Ivy, Gleeful Spell Thief. 2/1 for 2 with flying. Green, blue. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets only a single creature other than Ivy, you may copy that spell. The spell targets Ivy. It being blue-green is really restrictive on what you can cast. I don't really see this card having much impact in many places. Yeah, I'm just going to give it a 1 out of 5 because I think it requires a lot, but the 2/1 for 2 is pretty good with flying. So Gonna be good, right? With Lily too. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, why is that good if those cards are rotating? Giora. Or Jora. Joira. Joira. Ageless Innovator. 1 blue, 1 red for a 2/3. Put 2 Ingenuity counters on Joira, Ageless Innovator. Then you may put an artifact card with mana value X or less from your hand on the battlefield, where X is the number of Ingenuity counters on Joira. No. This card's OP as fuck. No. Nope. Dies to cut down. Yeah, nope. Not. It's getting a 1 out of 5. I don't like this card. I don't know if Lily's main deck. Kaido is probably better in standard with that deck. What do you mean, LOL what? This card isn't very good. Yeah, lots of commander cards. It's just getting a 1 out of 5. The art is really sick. But, whatever. Joda the Unifier. 5 mana Wooburg. Imagine this in any Eternal format. Yeah, it's really bad. Other than Commander. It's just really bad. Anyways, back to Joda. Wooburg for a 5/5. Legendary creatures you control get plus X, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. Alright, whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile targets copy your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with lesser mana value. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost, but the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. No. Fucking 0. You don't know how to abuse artifacts then. What? If you unironically think this card is good, I don't know what to tell you. This card's just not good. It's probably good in Commander. Or like in a format where your creatures just don't die immediately. But like... Corridor Monitor. You can play 9 mana worth of artifacts by turn 3. Alright, never mind. King Darien, I don't know what number this is. 1 green white. 2/3. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Put a 1/1 counter on King Darien and create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Sacrifice King Darien. Creature tokens you control gain hexproof and indestructible until... This card's really good. I'm giving this a 3 out of 5. This could make tokens really good. Probably still just worse than mono green, but I do think this card's pretty sweet. 48? How do you do the numbers that fast? L equals 50. Then why is it 48? It's the same thing as reading. I can't read French. Like, if this was just in French or Spanish, I'd be like, I still don't know what number that is. It's like IV being 4. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, my bad. It's like IV being 4. My bad. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just gonna say King Darien, I don't know what number this is. This guy's getting a 3 out of 5. Legomos, Hand of Hatred. 3 mana for a 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Create a 2/1 red elemental creature token with trample and haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Tap, search your library for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Activate only if 5 or more creatures die this turn. The first ability isn't that great. It's fine. It's not that great. The second ability, you can, like, never activate. I don't know if this card's playable. 0 out of 5. Ligma seems like a sweet legend. Yeah, terrible disease, though. The real strats pronounce the Roman numerals like they're a word. King Darian X extra large V I. Sylvie. Extra lame. Miria, Scholar of Antiquity. 1 red-green for a 3/3. Tap an untapped non-token artifact you control. Add green. Tap 2 untapped non-token artifacts you control. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. This card's sweet. It's probably not very good in Constructed. 1 out of 5. Yeah, if it was non-token. Nail. Fucking Astronaut. 4 mana, 2/4 with flying. Domain. Whenever Aeronaut deals combat damage to a player, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put one of them in your top of your library and the rest in your... It doesn't even draw you a card? Oh, if there are 5 basic land types among lands you control, draw a card. No. Fucking 0. Najal, the Storm Runner. 5 mana for a 5/4. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. Whenever the Storm Runner attacks, you may pay 2. If you do, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. No. 0 out of 5. Namada, Primeval Warden. 4 mana for a 3/4. Reach, whenever a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Make a Saproling, sacrifice a Saproling. It gets +2/+2, sacrifice 2 Saprolings, draw a card. This card is a worse Kalitas in Pioneer, but pretty good in Standard. Why isn't this card just Slimefoot? Don't know why. Angry Slimefoot. This is getting a 2 out of 5. Not really playable in Pioneer as long as Kalitas is legal. And I think Kalitas will probably always be legal, but not the point. Very cool hat. Queen Alenal of... Come on. Ruadoc. Green, white. Power and toughness each equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay. Remember, 1 or more creature tokens will be created under your control. That many tokens plus a 1/1 right soldier token are created instead. Okay, so we have a bunch of token 3-drop creatures that are decent. I don't really think that does much, though. 1 out of 5. For pronunciation fun. Oh no. Rada, Coalition Warlord. 4 mana for a 3/3. Whenever Rada becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X, where X until the end of turn, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Not really good. 0 out of 5. Wrath, Weatherlight Stalwart. White, blue for a 1/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control. If you do, draw a card. Ugh, this Wrath is so much worse than the other Wrath. No. 0 out of 5. Urborg of Urborg. 4 mana, 3/3. Vigilance, Ward 2. Other zombies you control have Vigilance. Whenever another legendary you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary, it's a black 2/2 zombie in addition to it. Also not really constructed playable. No, why would I attempt that? How to pronounce Shieldred? Yeah. Rith. Liberated Primeval. 2 Naya. Flying Ward 2. Other dragons you control have Ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature or planeswalker an opponent control was dealt excess damage this turn, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. Excess damage only counts for like trample, right? I think this card is close. I think it is decent if the Naya mana isn't bad in the format. Also, if the rest of the deck is like spell damage too. What do you mean? How do you count excess damage then? Like if I attack a 5/5 into a 3/3. Oh, so you just always get a 5. You just like almost always get a 4/4. Oh, so if I bolt a bird, I get a 4/4. Oh, well this card's really good then. Excess damage is damage greater than the creature's toughness, taking into account damage marked on the creature and other damage being dealt at the same time as the damage. Any damage greater than 1 is excess if the source is dealing is death touch. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, this card's really good then. I'm not sure it'll see much play in Pioneer because 5 mana for a 5/5 isn't... Like, mono green's just doing better things, but, in Standard, this card's really good. Yeah, I think this card's sick. I'm giving it a 4 out of 5. I like this card. Rivaz of the Claw. 3 mana, 3/3 Menace. Add 2 mana of any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast dragon creature spells. Anybody like dragons in chat? Any dragon likers? Once during each of your turns, you may cast a dragon creature card from your graveyard. Whenever you cast a dragon creature card from your graveyard, it gains, when this creature dies, exile it. Yep, dragon. This card's not great. It's 1 out of 5, I'm pretty sure. How much do we have left? Oh my god. I've already been doing this for like 5 hours. Ugh. Alright. Rona, Sheoldred's Faithful. 1 blue, double black for a 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 1 life. You may cast Rona, Sheoldred's Faithful from your graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other costs. I mean, this is 1 out of 5. Next. Rulik Mons, Warren Chief. 1 red, double green. Menace for a 3/3. Whenever Warren Chief attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it on the battlefield. If you didn't put a card on the battlefield, this way create a 1/1. Yeah, also not very good. 1 out of 5. Shauna? Purifying Blade. 3 mana, 3/3 with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay X. If you do, draw X cards, and X can't be greater than the amount of life gained this turn. Oh, this card's cool. I like this card a lot. I'm not sure how good it'll actually be. It's really hard to cast. I don't think it's playable in Pioneer. Unsure if it's playable in Standard. I'll give it a 1 out of 5. If it gets to deal damage, you draw 3. Well, it has to not die. It has to go to combat. It has to not die. You have to spend mana to do it. It's fine. If you're attacking with a 3/3 for 3 on turn 3 and your creature's not dying, you're probably in a pretty good spot. Enchant colors shouldn't be too hard to clear the way. If you're spending mana to clear the way, like if you play this on 3 and then turn 4 you're clearing the way, you're not drawing that many cards, right? Like maybe you'll draw a card. So like, it's fine. You also have to hope your opponent just doesn't have a removal spell for it. I don't know how to abuse life gain. You're right. My bad. I don't see you gaining life in your humans Coco deck. We're just making our deck worse to draw extra cards every once in a while. I'm giving it a 1. Sol Kanar the Tainted. 2 Grixis for a 5/5. At the beginning of your end step, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Draw a card. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Sol Kanar the Tainted deals 3 damage up to one other target creature or planeswalker. Exile Sol Kanar, then return it to the battlefield under its opponent's control. Oh. Huh. I'm giving this a 1 out of 5. This can't be better than Evelyn in either format. Cool commander card though. Alright, you literally asked me to review the cards from the commander next. Spike said he thinks this card's broken. Sol Kanar is lucky or good and limited. He said only good in fetch land formats. Soul of Windgrace. 4 mana for a 5/4. Enters the battlefield or attacks. You may put a land card from a graveyard on the battlefield tapped under your control. Discard a land card, you gain 3 life. Discard a land card, draw a card. Discard a land card, Soul of Windgrace gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Doesn't get Pyroblasted Poggies. I think this card's cool for Legacy. I don't know if it's good. I'm not really one of the green pile players, so I don't actually know if a 4 mana 5/4 is really impactful. I guess if you're a pile player and you're playing Loam, it's probably alright. A graveyard, yeah. Yeah. Yep, I'll test it. Can we call Reed Duke? I don't think we need to call Reed Duke. I think it's going to be decent in Legacy. People will definitely play it. As for Modern, I do think this card's good in Modern. I do not believe it is better than Omnath, or close to Omnath's power level. I don't know if it's better than Bloodbraid. Letters via boat or bird. With Renin 7? Oh no. I'm gonna give this a 4 out of 5. I think this card's good. It has a lot of words, so it probably can't be that bad. And yeah, I like it. If it has haste, can it put 2 lands in the battlefield? Yes. Yes, it can. Whatever. I think this card's good. I don't think it's very good and constructed in general. You can read it if you want. Most of these cards are just commander playable. I like this card. I think it might see play in Pioneer. It's definitely playable in Commander. I don't know if it's playable in Standard. 4 mana for a 3/3. Holy shit. I'm not sure if this card's better than Kaiju currently. But it's good. The name of the next Golgari card. Erg! Little froglat. Oh, that's not... What is this? R. Costello, thank you for the raid. For the party of 68. What's up? 5 mana for a 3/3 whenever you cast an incident. Also, Commander, stop that. Umlat? Erd. Hello. This card, even a number of land cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card in your graveyard. Sacrifice a land, you gain 2 life. I think this card, another one. Oh, Tutors. Hello. 2 raids back to back. Thank you, Demonic Tutors, with the raid. I call all spikes people spikelings. So what are you people tutors? Anybody tooting in chat? Oh no. Everybody has IBS. How's your Friday? Tooties. Anybody doing big farts? What are we called? The Gingers? You can just be called misplay. I don't know, actually. That's something I'll have to get my group to think about and work on. Apprentice demons? Or, like you work at an office and you're an unpaid intern for demonic stuff. It's undecided yet what your major will be, and you're interning, you know? Everything takes time. You don't have to make that choice right now. It's all about like life works in mysterious ways. We can be called disappointments. That's my name in college. The misplaced lads and ladies. Okay, anyways, back to Erg. I like Erg. Not sure it's very good. Wish it had trample. 1 out of 5. Volhar. I'm not reading all this. This card's not very good. Zar O'Janin. Also, this card's never attacking. Not very good. Zur. I don't like this art. There's something weird going on here. Zur has a secret, and he's not telling anybody. And that secret will change the world, and Zur isn't saying shit. Alright, Zur. Esper. 1/4. Enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof. Target non-aura enchantment you control becomes a creature in addition to its other types and has base power and toughness, each equal to its mana value. So you can turn Sagas into... yeah, whatever. No, this card's not very good. The Mind Goblins. Is there any good domain cards? There's a few of them. They're just like really hard to turn on. Commander card. 0 out of 5. This is the GOAT. Goats are really out of season right now. This card is really bad. If you want to read about Karn, read it on your own time. This is like a 0 out of 5. Might be good and limited. Probably not. I'm the GOAT. Oh, I thought we were talking about Karn. I don't. How far the mighty have fallen. We go from 7 mana Karn, which is broken. We go to 4 mana Karn in the last Dominaria set, and then we go to Karn now, and it's like he's wearing pants. He's pointing at things. Come on, get it together. Automatic Librarian. Okay. When Automatic Librarian enters the battlefield, scry 2. Not playable. Constructed. Golden Argosy. Oh, its name is actual Argosy. You can't call cards an Argosy. That's an insult. Your Argosy has crew 1. The whole Argosy. Alright, 4 mana, 3/6 vehicle. Whenever Golden Argosy attacks, exile each creature that crewed it this turn. Return them to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Not very good for a 4-drop. You would think the Golden Argosy would, yeah. 0 out of 5. Telling all the... Never mind, I won't tell that one. Hero's Heirloom. 2. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. As long as equipped creature is legendary, it has trample and haste. Equip 2. This card's really good and limited. Probably not very good anywhere else. 0 out of 5. Are there any super high word per card cards that you cards that you like so far? Yes, there's a couple. I don't remember. This is my list of cards I like. Liliana 5 out of 5, yeah. Alright, back to the spoilers. Inscribed Tablet. 1 mana artifact. Sacrifice it. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put a land from among them into your hand and the rest of your bottom of your library in any order. If you didn't put a land, draw a card. I think this card's really good. I do expect us to see some constructed play. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 5. I could be wrong about that. It's possible that it is just not very good. But, whatever. I am afraid of the power. Would Tablet go in Lotus Field? I'm not sure what it would replace. It's simply not better than Sylvan Scrying. And it is probably just worse than all the other cantrips. So, no. To the car avatar lands guy. The cat? Yeah, I think that card's good. That card has a lot of words on it. Joda's Codex. 5 mana, domain, draw a card. It costs 1 less. Alright, well, maybe good and limited, not good. Maybe good in commander or whatever. 0 to 5. Karn Silex. 3 mana. Enters the battlefield tapped. Players can't pay life or cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. Oh, they can't pay life to do so. Exile Karn Silex. Destroy its non-land permanent with mana value X or less. Activate only as a sorcery. This card's really good. This turns off fetch lands too, right? I was talking about this with a friend. I think this card might completely replace O-Stone. Most times when you're activating O-Stone, like 5 mana, blow everything up, like you might as well, like that just blows everything up anyways, right? So I think this card's a 5 out of 5. It's unfortunate that it goes right into Tron because I hate Tron in Modern, but it does go there. I also think that this will go into the sideboard of Mono Green. I don't... Are there any, like, pay life cards in Pioneer that matter a lot? O-Stone's still better, come on. It can't replace O-Stone. You really think it can't replace O-Stone? You think O-Stone coming into play untapped matters that much? Like, it's shutting off fetch lands is huge, right? Has to be. No, I don't think Shocklands come and play tapped, right? That's not an activated ability. That's a triggered ability. Stops Beseiju? No, it doesn't. What? It stops fetches. It's a replacement effect. Yeah, you... What is channel considered? What do you mean? No. But you don't pay life. It's only things you pay life for. Oh, are you talking about... You think it just shut off all activated abilities that aren't mana abilities? The game's just done. Everything's stopped. Yeah. I think this card's good. Maybe it doesn't replace O-Stone because of the untap thing. But I think it's good, obviously. I think it's probably a 4 out of 5. It being, like, you not having to pay 5 mana is also good. You can choose how much mana you put into it. It shuts off fetch lands. I think it's very good. Reading is very hard. No, Shocklands are a replacement effect. Murktide is the best creature in Modern. You are correct about that. But, oh, I guess this just doesn't kill Murktide. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it does, but it's very slow. Okay, maybe this is slightly worse than I thought it was. I do think this card's very good, though. It's getting a 4 out of 5. We're putting it on the list. Meteorite. Nope. Relic of Legends. A 3-mana mana rock. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped legendary creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. This card's pretty good in Commander, and it might be playable in Standard. I don't think it's playable in Pioneer. Salvage Mana Worker. 2 mana, 1/3. Nope. 0. Shield Wall. 4 mana, 1/4. Defender. Nope. Timeless Lotus. Five mana makes Wooburg. Urza exploited nature to power his war machines. In time, nature exploited his war machines to renew itself. 20 out of 5. I don't know. This card's not constructor playable. Vanquisher's Axe. Nope. Walking Bulwark. Was my name in college. 1 mana, 0/3. Till the end of turn, target creature with defender gains haste. Can attack so it didn't have defender. And assigns combat damage. Oh, this card's cool. Not really playable. Weatherlight completed. Oh no, that's no good. Yep. Walking Bullwinkle. Rocky and Bullwinkle. 2 mana for a 5/5 vehicle. Flying. As long as Weatherlight completed has 4 or more Pheresis counters on it, it's a Phyrexian creature in addition to its other types. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a Pheresis counter on completed. Then draw a card if it has 7 more Pheresis counters. If it doesn't, scry 1. You can't even crew it. If there's like a, I don't even think there's like a, like at what turn would you want a 5/5 with flying? That's like turn 4. I have a 5/5 with flying that can attack. You have to somehow kill 4 creatures. Yeah, like maybe it's good in sacrifice. There's a legend that gives your vehicles crew 1. Yeah, but paying 4 mana for that individual, that little lad, is a big cost. You know? It's probably just not very good. It's no Heart of Kieran, but like what is? Oh, we finished. We're done. I'm giving this a 1 out of 5. Maybe there's a circumstance where it's good, but I don't think so. Maybe the red-black Anvil deck? Maybe. Lands. We have these are really good for Pioneer and Standard. They're going to really open up the mana bases. Probably not, actually. They're just like add a little bit of extra stuff to it. I don't know what really will be changed in the Pioneer mana bases that these add. Yeah. These are cool. These are really cool. They're like basically dual lands, but they come into play tapped. Carpolution Forest, yep. What does this actually do? Yep, nope. Plaza of Heroes. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this only to cast legendary spells. Nope. Best art in the set. Thran Portal. I think this card's actually pretty good, and we'll see play in Pioneer. Probably not a lot, but pretty good. Pretty good, I think. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. I really don't like this artwork. That's it. Cool. It's just, isn't it just a worse mana confluence? Yes, but also no. If there's like domain things you want, like, because we don't have mana confluence in Standard, right? So like this is a fine replacement for Standard. In Pioneer, if there's ever a domain thing, like maybe this is better. And I said this earlier, there's a couple creatures that are that really care about domain. So like obviously, yeah, it's worse for mana, but it being a basic land type is not irrelevant. So how would you change the Rakdos mana base in Pioneer now? I think you don't want many of these in Rakdos. I think you might want to cut a swamp or a mountain for one of them, maybe 2 of them, but I think it is rather negligible. Obviously, Liliana changes that a lot because you want to be able to have double black on turn 3, which is very important, but we normally don't really have an issue with having black, like double black on turn 3. It's more of like having red or double red on turn 4. Although like just having this instead of basics is probably better, but I'm not entirely sure. I think the mana base for the most part is pretty good. Legacy playable. We went over everything, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. The elusive list again. It's just, these are the cards that I think are good. You think Pioneer will change a bit with the set or not really? Not really. Not really at all. Is Lily going to be PogChamp or not? It's just going to be a decent inclusion. It's not going to break anything. I am D-Gen challenging tomorrow, yes. Yes, I am. Speaking of which, that is the stream for me. Thanks everybody for hanging around. We did a set review for 5 hours. Who knew this would take so long? Thank you all for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow bright and early to play some challenges all day. I hope you all come and hang out, and thank you for hanging out after the raids. And yeah, I appreciate it, and I will see you all tomorrow. Leyline Binding Modern playable. Yes, 100%. I think that card's very good. And I think that, yeah, I think it is just very good. Rith MVP. Yeah, this card's sick. I don't know if it'll make the list. I'll add it to the list. How about that? Give it a 4 out of 5. All right. Stream on your fall.